permission to leave. He did so, but was back 2 hours later to check on his new friend. Lonnie now wanted to play blackjack at a dime a hand. After half an hour or so, Lucian said, "I called Jake Brigance, the lawyer I work for in Mississippi, and I asked him to check out this Sylvester Rhines guy you mentioned. He found something." Lonnie put his cards down and gave Lucian a curious look. Deliberately, he said, "What?" "Well, according to the land records in Ford County, Sylvester Rhines owned 80 acres of land in the northeast part of the county, land he had inherited from his father, a man named Solomon Rhines, who was born about the time the Civil War started. Though the records are not clear, there's a good chance the Rhines family came to own the land just after the war, during Reconstruction, when freed slaves were able to obtain land with the help of carpetbaggers and federal governors and other scum that flooded our land back then. It looks as though this 80 acres was in dispute for some time. The Hubbard family owned another 80 acres that adjoined the Rhines property, and evidently they contested this property. The lawsuit I mentioned this morning, the one filed in 1928 by Cleon Hubbard, was a dispute over the Rhines property. My grandfather, who was the finest lawyer in the county and well-connected, lost the case for Cleon. I got to figure that if my grandfather lost the case, then the Rhines family must have had a pretty strong claim to the land. So Sylvester managed to hang on to his property for a few more years, but then he died in 1930. After he died, Cleon Hubbard obtained the land from Sylvester's widow." Lonnie had picked up his cards, and he studied them without seeing them. He was listening and recalling images from another lifetime. "Pretty interesting, huh?" Lucian said. "It was a long time ago," Lonnie said, grimacing as pain rippled through his skull. Lucian plowed ahead. With nothing to lose, he was not about to relax. "The strangest part of this entire story is that there is no record of Sylvester's death. There's not a single Rhines now living in Ford County, and it appears as though they all left about the time Cleon Hubbard got his hands on the property. They all vanished. Most fled to the north, to Chicago, where they found jobs, but this was not uncommon in the Depression. A lot of starving blacks fled the Deep South. According to Mr. Brigance, they found a distant relative over in Alabama, a man named Boaz Rhines, who claims that some white men took Sylvester and killed him." "What does this have to do with anything?" Lonnie asked. Lucian stood and walked to the window where he gazed at a parking lot below. He debated telling the truth now, telling Lonnie about the will and Letty Lang and her ancestry, that she was almost certainly a Rhines instead of a Tabor, that her people were from Ford County and had once lived on the land owned by Sylvester, that it was highly probable Sylvester was in fact her grandfather. But he sat back down and said, "Nothing really. Just some old history involving my kinfolks, Seth Hubbard's, and maybe Sylvester Rhines." There was a moment of silence in which neither man touched his cards. Neither made eye contact. As Lonnie seemed to drift away, Lucian jolted him with, "You knew Ansel, didn't you?" "I did," Lonnie said. "Tell me about it. I need to find him, and quick. What do you want to know about him? Is he alive? He is, yes. Where is he right now? Don't know. When did you last see him? A nurse entered chattering away about checking his vitals. He said he was tired, and so she helped him into his bed, arranged his IV, glared at Lucian, then checked Lonnie's blood pressure and pulse. He needs to rest, she said. Lonnie closed his eyes and said, Don't go. Just turn down the lights. Lucian pulled a chair close to his bed and sat down. After the nurse left, he said, Tell me about Ansel. With his eyes still closed and his voice almost a whisper, Lonnie began, Well, Ansel has always been a man on the run. He left home when he was young and never went back. He hated home, hated his father especially. He fought in the war, got wounded, almost died. A head injury. And most folks think Ansel's always been a bit off upstairs. He loved the sea. Said he had been born so far away from it that it captivated him. He spent years on cargo ships and saw the world. All of it. You can't find a spot on the map that Ansel hasn't seen. Not a mountain, a port, a city, a famous sight. Not a bar, a dance club, a whorehouse, you name it, and Ansel's been there. He hung out with rough characters, and from time to time fell into bad ways. Petty crime, then some not so petty. He had some near misses. Once spent a week in a hospital in Sri Lanka with a knife wound. The knife wound was nothing compared with the infection he got in the hospital. He had lots of women, some of whom had lots of children. But Ansel was never one to stay in one place. Last he knew, some of those women were still looking for him, with their children. Others might be looking for him too. Ansel has lived a crazy life, and he's always looked over his shoulder. When he said the word life, it came out wrong. Or perhaps it came out naturally. The long eye was much flatter than before, much like the flattened eyes so common in North Mississippi. Lucian had deliberately fallen back into a twangier version of speech in hopes that it might lure old Lonnie here into the same habit. Lonnie was from Mississippi, and they both knew it. He closed his eyes and seemed to sleep. Lucian stared at him for a few minutes, waiting. His breathing became heavier as he drifted away. His right hand fell to his side. The monitor showed a normal blood pressure and heartbeat. To stay awake, Lucian paced around the darkened room, waiting for a nurse to appear and shoo him away. He eased next to the bed, squeezed Lonnie's right wrist firmly and said, Ansel, Ansel. Seth left behind her last will and testament that gives you $1 million. The eyes came open, and Lucian repeated himself. The debate had raged for an hour, unabated, and tempers were on edge. In fact, the issue had been hotly discussed for a month with no shortage of opinions. It was almost 10 p.m. The conference table was littered with notes, files, books, and the remains of a bad takeout pizza they had devoured for dinner. Should the jury be told the value of Seth's estate? The only issue at trial was whether the handwritten will was valid. Nothing more, nothing less. Legally, technically, it didn't matter how big or how small the estate was. On one side of the table, the side being occupied by Harry Rex, the strong feeling was that the jury should not be told, because if the jurors knew that $24 million was in play and about to be given to Letty Lang, they would balk. They would naturally take a dim view of such a transfer of wealth outside the family. Such a sum was so unheard of, so shocking, that it was inconceivable that a lowly black housekeeper should walk away with it. Lucian, while absent, agreed with Harry Rex. Jake, though, felt otherwise. His first point was that the jurors probably had a hunch that a lot of money was on the table, though virtually all had denied such knowledge during the selection process. Look at the size of the fight. Look at the number of lawyers on deck. Everything about the case and the trial was evidence of big money. His second point was that full disclosure was the best policy. If the jurors felt as though Jake was trying to hide something, he would start the trial with an immediate loss of credibility. Every person in the courtroom wants to know what the brawl is about. Tell them, lay it out, withhold nothing. If they concealed the size of the estate, then the size of the estate would become a festering and unspoken issue. Portia went back and forth. Before the jury was seated, she was leaning in favor of a full disclosure. But after looking at the 10 white faces and only 2 black ones, she was struggling to believe they had any chance at all. After all the witnesses had testified, after all the lawyers had been silenced, after all the wise words had been uttered by Judge Atlee, could those 10 white people reach deep and find the courage to uphold Seth's last will? At the moment, fatigued and weary, she was doubtful. The phone rang and she answered it. "It's Lucian," she said, handing it to Jake, who said, "Hello?" From Alaska came the report. "Got him, Jake. Our pal here is Ansel Hubbard, one and the same." Jake exhaled and said, "Well, I guess that's good news, Lucian." He pulled the receiver away and said, "It's Ansel." "What are you guys doing?" Lucian asked. "Just prepping for tomorrow. Me, Portia, Harry Rex. You're missing the party." "Do we have a jury?" "Yes, 10 whites, 2 blacks. No real surprises. Tell me about Ansel." "Pretty sick puppy. His head wound is infected and the doctors are concerned. Tons of meds, antibiotics, and painkillers. We played cards all day and talked about everything. He sort of comes and goes. I finally mentioned the will and told him his big brother left him $1 million. Got his attention, and he admitted who he is. Half an hour later, he had forgotten about it." "Should I tell Judge Atlee?" Harry Rex shook his head no. "I don't think so," Lucian said. "The trial has started, and it won't be stopped for this. Ansel has nothing to add. He damn sure can't get there, what with a cracked skull and the cocaine thing waiting just outside his door. Poor guy'll probably serve some time eventually. The cops seemed determined. Did you guys climb the family trees? Yes, quite a bit, but long before he came clean. I laid out the history of the Hubbard and Ryan's families with emphasis on the mystery of Sylvester, but he had little interest. I'll try again tomorrow. I'm thinking about leaving tomorrow afternoon. I really want to see some of the trial. I'm sure you'll have it all screwed up by the time I get there. No doubt, Lucian, Jake said, and hung up a moment later. He relayed the conversation to Portia and Harry Rex, who, though intrigued by it, had other matters at hand. The fact that Ansel Hubbard was alive and living in Alaska would mean nothing in the courtroom. The phone rang again, and Jake grabbed it. Willie Traynor said, "Say, Jake, just for your information, there's a guy on the jury who shouldn't be there. It's probably too late, but I'm listening. He's on the back row. Name's Doley, Frank Doley." Jake had seen Willie taking notes throughout the day. "Okay, so what's Frank up to?" Jake asked. "He has a distant cousin who lives in Memphis. 6 or 7 years ago, this cousin's 15-year-old daughter was snatched by some black punks outside a mall in East Memphis. They kept her in a van for several hours. Terrible things happened. The girl survived but was too messed up to identify anyone. No one was ever arrested. 2 years later, the girl committed suicide. A real tragedy. Why are you telling me this now? I didn't catch the name until an hour ago. I was in Memphis at the time, and I remembered some Doleys from Ford County. You'd better get him bumped, Jake. It's not that easy. In fact, it's impossible at this point. He was quizzed by the lawyers and the judge and gave all the right answers. Frank Doley was 43 years old and owned a roofing company out near the lake. He claimed to know nothing about the Seth Hubbard matter and seemed perfectly open-minded. Thanks for nothing, Willie. Willie said, "Sorry, Jake, but it didn't register in court. I would have said something." "It's okay. I'll deal with it somehow. Other than Doley, what do you think of your jury?" Jake was talking to a journalist, so he played it safe. "A good panel," he said. "Gotta run." Harry Rex's response was, "I was worried about that guy. Something wasn't right." To which Jake shot back, "Well, I don't recall you saying anything at the time. It's always easy to call plays on Monday morning." Test it. Portia said, "He seemed eager to serve. I gave him an 8. Jake said, "Well, we're stuck with him. He gave all the right answers." "Maybe you didn't ask the right questions," Harry Rex said as he took another swig of Bud Light. "Thank you so much, Harry Rex. For your own future reference, during the jury selection process, lawyers are not normally allowed to ask questions like, 'Say, Mr. Doley, is it true your distant cousin was gang raped by a bunch of black thugs in Memphis?' And the reason for this prohibition is that the lawyers generally don't know about such horrible crimes." "I'm going home." Another swig. "Let's all go home," Portia said. "We're not accomplishing much." It was almost 10:30 when they turned out the lights. Jake walked around the square to clear his head. At the Sullivan firm, lights were still on. Wade Lanier and his team were still in there, still working. Chapter 41. In his defense of Carl Lee Haley, Jake's opening statement to the jury lasted only 14 minutes. Rufus Buckley had kicked things off with a 1.5-hour marathon that had put the jury to sleep, and Jake's concise follow-up had been well received and much appreciated. The jury had listened to him and absorbed every word. "Jurors are captives," Lucian always said, "so keep it short." In the matter of the last will and testament of Henry Seth Hubbard, Jake was aiming for 10 minutes. He stepped to the podium, smiled to the fresh and eager faces, and began with, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your job is not to give away Seth Hubbard's money. There's a lot of it, and all of it was earned by Seth Hubbard himself, not by you, not by me, not by any of the lawyers in this courtroom. He took chances, borrowed heavily at times, ignored the advice of his trusted lieutenants, mortgaged his own house and land, made deals that looked bad on paper, borrowed even more, took risks that seemed outrageous, and in the end, when Seth Hubbard was told he was dying of lung cancer, he sold out. He cashed in his chips, paid off the banks, and counted his money. He won. He was right, and everybody else was wrong. You can't help but admire Seth Hubbard. I never met the man, but I wish I had." How much money? You will hear testimony from Mr. Quince Lundy, the gentleman sitting right here, and the court-appointed administrator of Seth Hubbard's estate, that the estate has a value of approximately $24 million. Jake was pacing slowly, and when he gave the amount, he stopped and looked at some of the faces. Almost every juror smiled. "Go, Seth. Attaboy." A couple were obviously shocked. Tracy McMillan, juror number 2, looked at Jake with wide eyes, but the moment passed quickly. No one in Ford County could grasp a number like that. Now, if you think a man who put together a $24 million fortune in about 10 years knows what he's doing with his money, then you're right. Because Seth knew exactly what he was doing. The day before he hung himself, he went to his office, locked his door, sat down at his desk, and wrote a new will. A handwritten will. One perfectly legal, nice, and legible, easy to understand, not the least bit complicated or confusing. He knew he was going to commit suicide the following day, Sunday, October 2nd, and he was putting everything in order. He planned it all. He wrote a note to a man named Calvin Boggs, an employee, in which he explained he was taking his own life. You will see the original. He wrote detailed funeral and burial instructions. You will see the originals. And on that same Saturday, presumably at his office while he was writing his will, he wrote a letter to me and gave me specific instructions. Again, you will see the original. He planned it all. After he finished writing, he drove to Clanton, to the main post office, and mailed the letter to me, along with the will. He wanted me to receive the letter on Monday because his funeral was on Tuesday at 4 p.m., at the Irish Road Christian Church. Details, folks. Seth took care of the details. He knew exactly what he was doing. He planned it all. Now, as I said, it's not your job to give away Seth's money or to decide who should get what or how much. However, it is your job to determine if Seth knew what he was doing. The legal term is testamentary capacity. To make a valid will, one that is handwritten on the back of a grocery bag or one typed by 5 secretaries in a big law office and signed before a notary public, one has to have testamentary capacity. It's a legal term that's easy to understand. It means you have to know what you're doing. And ladies and gentlemen, Seth Hubbard knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't crazy. He wasn't delusional. He wasn't under the influence of painkillers or other meds. He was as mentally sound and sane as the 12 of you are right now. It might be argued that a man planning his own suicide cannot be of sound mind. You got to be crazy to kill yourself, right? Not always. Not necessarily. As jurors, you are expected to rely on your own experiences in life. Perhaps you've known someone, a close friend, or even a family member who came to the end of the road and chose his or her own final exit. Were they out of their minds? Perhaps, but probably not. Seth certainly was not. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had battled lung cancer for a year with several rounds of chemotherapy and radiation, all unsuccessful, and the tumors had finally metastasized to his ribs and spine. He was in terrible pain. At his last visit to his doctor, he was given less than a month to live. When you read what he wrote the day before he died, you'll be convinced that Seth Hubbard was in complete control of his life. As a prop, Jake was holding a legal pad, but he wasn't using it. He didn't need it. He walked back and forth before the jurors, making eye contact with every one of them, speaking slowly and clearly, as if they were sitting in his den and chatting about their favorite movies. But every word was written somewhere. Every sentence had been rehearsed. Every pause was calculated. The timing, cadence, rhythm, all memorized to near perfection. Even the busiest of trial lawyers spend only a fraction of their time in front of juries. These moments were rare, and Jake relished them. He was an actor on a stage, in the midst of a monologue he created, speaking words of wisdom to his chosen audience. His pulse was spiking, his stomach was flipping, his knees were weak. But those internal battles were all under control, and Jake calmly lectured his new friends. 5 minutes in, and he had not missed a word. 5 minutes to go, with the roughest part just ahead. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is an unpleasant part of this story, and that's why we're all here. Seth Hubbard was survived by a son and a daughter and 4 grandchildren. In his will, he left them nothing. in language that is plain and clear, but also painful to read, Seth specifically excluded his family from inheriting under his will. The obvious question is, why? It is our natural tendency to ask, why would a man do this? However, it is not your responsibility to ask that question. Seth did what he did for reasons known only to him. Again, he made the money. It all belonged to him. He could have given every penny to the Red Cross or to some slick televangelist or to the Communist Party. That's his business, not yours, not mine, not this court's. Instead of leaving his money to his family, Seth left 5% to his church, 5% to a long-lost brother, and the remaining 90% was given to a woman by the name of Letty Lang. Ms. Lang is sitting right here between me and Mr. Lundy. She worked for Seth Hubbard for 3 years as his housekeeper, his cook, and sometimes his nurse. Again, the obvious question is, why? Why did Seth cut out his family and leave almost everything to a woman he had known for such a short period of time? Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, that is the greatest question I've ever confronted as a lawyer. That question has been asked by me, by the other lawyers, by the Hubbard family, by Letty Lang herself, by friends and neighbors, and by virtually everyone in this county who's heard the story. Why? The truth is that we'll never know. Only Seth knew, and he's no longer with us. The truth, folks, is that it's none of our business. We, the lawyers, the judge, you, the jurors, are not supposed to concern ourselves with why Seth did what he did. Your job, as I've said, is to decide only one important issue, and that is simply this. At the time Seth wrote his last will, was he thinking clearly, and did he know what he was doing? He was, and he did. The evidence will be clear and convincing. Jake paused and picked up a glass of water. He took a quick sip, and as he did so, he scanned the crowded courtroom. On the second row, Harry Rex stared at him. He nodded quickly. You're doing fine so far. You have their attention. Wrap it up. Jake returned to the podium, glanced at his notes, and continued. Now, with this much money on the line, we can expect things to get somewhat tense over the next few days. The family of Seth Hubbard is contesting the handwritten will, and they are not to be faulted for this. They sincerely believe the money should have been given to them, and they've hired a bunch of good lawyers to attack the handwritten will. They claim that Seth lacked testamentary capacity. They claim his judgment was clouded. They claim he was unduly influenced by Letty Lang. The term undue influence is a legal term and will be crucial in this case. They will attempt to convince you that Letty Lang used her position as a caregiver to become intimate with Seth Hubbard. Intimacy can mean many things. She cared for Seth, at times bathed him, changed his clothes, cleaned up behind him, did all the things that caregivers are supposed to do in those delicate and awful situations. Seth was a dying old man, hit with a debilitating and deadly cancer that left him weak and feeble. Jake turned and looked at Wade Lanier and the gang of lawyers at the other table. They will imply a lot, ladies and gentlemen, but they can prove nothing. There were no physical relations between Seth Hubbard and Letty Lang, only hints and suggestions and implications, but no proof because it never happened. Jake tossed his legal pad on his table and wrapped it up. This will be a short trial with a lot of witnesses. As in every trial, the issues at times might become confusing. This is often done on purpose by the lawyers, but don't be led astray. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not your job to distribute Seth Hubbard's money. It's your job to determine if he knew what he was doing when he wrote his last will. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you. At Judge Atlee's heavy-handed direction, the contestants had agreed to streamline their opening and closing remarks by allowing Wade Lanier to handle them. He strode to the podium in a wrinkled blazer, a tie too short, and a shirt tail barely tucked in. The few patches of hair around his ears shot out in all directions. He gave the impression of a scatterbrained plotter who might forget to show up tomorrow. It was all an act to disarm the jury. Jake knew better. He began with, "Thank you, Mr. Brigance. I've been trying lawsuits for 30 years, and I've yet to meet a young lawyer with as much talent as Jake Brigance. You folks here in Ford County are lucky to have such a fine young lawyer among you. It's an honor to be here doing battle with him, and also to be in this grand old courtroom." He paused to look at his notes as Jake stewed over all the fake praise. When he wasn't in front of a jury, Lanier was smooth and articulate. Now, though, on stage, he was folksy, down to earth, and immensely likable. Now, this is just an opening statement, and nothing I say or nothing Mr. Brigance just said is evidence. The evidence comes from only one place, and that's this witness chair right here. Lawyers sometimes get carried away and say things they cannot later prove at trial. And they also tend to leave out important facts the jury should know about. For example, Mr. Brigance did not mention the fact that when Seth Hubbard wrote his last will, the only person in the building with him was Letty Lang. It was a Saturday morning, and she never worked on Saturdays. She went to his house, and from there, she drove him in his nice new Cadillac over to his office. He unlocked it, They went in. She says she was there to clean his office, but she had never done this before. They were alone. For some 2 hours, they were alone in the offices of the Bearing Lumber Company, Seth Hubbard's main headquarters. When they arrived there on that Saturday morning, Seth Hubbard had a last will and testament prepared a year earlier by a fine firm of lawyers in Tupelo, lawyers he had trusted for years. And that will gave almost everything to his 2 adult children and 4 grandchildren. A typical will, a standard will, a sensible will. The kind of will virtually every American signs at one time or another. 90% of all property that passes through wills passes to the family of the deceased. That's the way it should be. Lanier was now pacing too, his stocky body lumbering back and forth, bowed somewhat at the waist. But after spending 2 hours in his office that morning, alone with no one but Letty Lang, when he left, he had another will, one he had written himself, one cutting out his children and cutting out his grandchildren and leaving 90% of his fortune to his housekeeper. Does that sound reasonable, folks? Let's put things in perspective. Seth Hubbard had been battling cancer for a year. A terrible struggle. A fight he was losing, and he knew it. The closest person in the world to Seth Hubbard during his last days on this earth was Letty Lang. On good days, she cooked and cleaned and took care of his house and things. And on bad days, she fed him, bathed him, dressed him, cleaned up after him. She knew he was dying. It was no secret. She also knew he was rich. And she also knew his relationship with his adult children was somewhat strained. Lanier paused near the witness chair, spread his arms wide in mock disbelief, and asked loudly, "Are we to believe she was not thinking about money? Come on, let's get realistic here. Ms. Lang will tell you herself that she had spent her career as a housekeeper, that her husband, Mr. Simeon Lang, who's now in jail, had a spotty work record and could not be depended on for a paycheck, and that she had raised 5 kids under difficult financial circumstances. Life was tough. There had never been a spare dime anywhere. Like a lot of folks, Letty Lang was broke. She'd always been broke. And as she watched her boss inch closer and closer to death, you know she was thinking about money. It's human nature. It's not her fault. I'm not suggesting she was evil or greedy. Who among us would not have been thinking about the money? And on that Saturday morning, last October, Letty drove her boss to his office, where they were alone for 2 hours. And while they were alone, one of the greatest fortunes in the history of this state changed hands. $24 million was transferred from the Hubbard family to a housekeeper Seth Hubbard had known for only 3 years. Brilliantly, Lanier paused as his last sentence rattled around the courtroom. Damn, he's good, Jake thought, glancing at the jury as if all was well. Frank Doley was glaring at him with a look that said, I despise you. Lanier lowered his voice and continued, we will attempt to prove Seth Hubbard was unduly influenced by Ms. Lang. The key to this case is the issue of undue influence, and there are several ways to prove it. One sign of undue influence is the making of a gift that is unusual or unreasonable. The gift Seth Hubbard made to Ms. Lang is grossly, unbelievably unusual and unreasonable. Forgive me, I can't think of the right adjectives to describe it. 90% of $24 million and nothing for his family? That's pretty unusual, folks. In my book, that's pretty unreasonable. That screams of undue influence. If he wanted to do something nice for his housekeeper, he could have given her $1 million. That's a pretty generous gift. $2 million. How about 5? Actually, in my humble opinion, anything over $1 million would be considered unusual and unreasonable given the brief nature of their relationship. Lanier stepped back to the podium and glanced at his notes. Then he looked at his watch. 8 minutes, and he was in no hurry. We will attempt to prove undue influence by discussing a prior will made by Seth Hubbard. This will was prepared by a leading law firm in Tupelo a year before Seth died, and it left about 95% of his estate to his family. It's a complicated will with a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo that only tax lawyers understand. I don't understand it, and we'll try not to bore you with it. The purpose of discussing this earlier will is to illustrate the point that Seth was not thinking clearly. The earlier will, because it was prepared by tax lawyers who knew their stuff and not by a man on the verge of hanging himself, takes full advantage of the IRS code. In doing so, it saves over $3 million in taxes. Under Mr. Hubbard's handwritten will, the IRS gets 51%, over $12 million. Under the earlier will, the IRS gets $9 million. Now, Mr. Brigance likes to say that Seth Hubbard knew exactly what he was doing. I doubt it. Think about it, folks. A man shrewd enough and clever enough to amass such a fortune in 10 years does not throw together a handwritten document that will cost his estate $3 million. That's absurd. That's unusual and unreasonable. With his elbows, he leaned on the podium and tapped his fingers together. He looked into the eyes of the jurors as they waited. He finally said, "Let me wrap things up here. And I must say, you're pretty lucky because neither Jake Brigance nor I believe in long speeches. Nor does Judge Atlee, for that matter." There were some smiles. It was almost funny. I'd like to leave you with my opening thoughts, my first visual for this trial. Think of Seth Hubbard on October 1st of last year, facing certain death and already determined to speed it up, racked with pain and heavily medicated with painkillers. Sad, lonely, single, estranged from his children and grandchildren, a dying, bitter old man who'd given up. And the only person near enough to hear him and console him was Letty Lang. We'll never know how close they really were. We'll never know what went on between them. But we do know the outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clear case of a man making a terrible mistake while under the influence of someone after his money. When Lanier sat down, Judge Atlee said, "Call your first witness, Mr. Bergantz." The proponents called Sheriff Ozzie Walls. From the second row, Ozzie hurried to the witness chair and was sworn in. Quince Lundy was seated at the table to Jake's right, and though he had practiced law for almost 40 years, he had aggressively avoided courtrooms. Jake instructed him to glance at the jurors occasionally and make observations. As Ozzie was getting situated, Lundy slid over a note that read, "You were very good." So was Lanier. The jury is split. We're screwed. Thanks, Jake thought. Portia shoved forward a legal pad. On it, her note read, "Frank Doley is pure evil." What a team, Jake thought. All he needed was Lucian whispering bad advice and irritating everyone else in the courtroom. With Jake asking the questions, Ozzie laid out the scene of the suicide. He used 4 large color photographs of Seth Hubbard swinging from the rope. These were passed through the jury box for shock value. Jake had objected to the photos because of their gruesomeness. Lanier had objected to the photos because they might evoke sympathy for Seth. In the end, Judge Atlee said the jury needed to see them. Once they were gathered up and admitted into evidence, Ozzie produced the suicide note Seth left behind on his kitchen table for Calvin Boggs. The note was magnified on a large screen set up across from the jury, and each juror was given a copy. It read, "To Calvin, please inform the authorities I've taken my own life with no help from anyone. On the attached sheet of paper, I have left specific instructions for my funeral and burial. No autopsy, S.H., dated October 2nd, 1988. Jake produced the originals of the funeral and burial instructions, got them admitted without objection, and displayed them on the big screen. Each juror was handed a copy. They read, "Funeral instructions. I want a simple service at the Irish Road Christian Church on Tuesday, October 4th at 4 p.m. with Reverend Don McElwain presiding. I'd like for Mrs. Nora Baines to sing The Old Rugged Cross. I do not want anyone to attempt a eulogy. Can't imagine anyone wanting to. Other than that, Reverend McElwain can say whatever he wants. 30 minutes max. If any black people wish to attend my funeral, then they are to be admitted. If they are not admitted, then forget the whole service and put me in the ground. My pallbearers are Harvey Moss, Dwayne Thomas, Steve Holland, Billy Bowles, Mike Mills, and Walter Robinson. Burial instructions. I just bought a plot in the Irish Road Cemetery behind the church. I've spoken with Mr. McGargle at the funeral home, and he's been paid for the casket. No vault. Immediately after the church service, I want a quick interment, 5 minutes max, then lower the casket. So long. See you on the other side. Seth Hubbard. Jake addressed the witness and said, "And Sheriff Walls, this suicide note and these instructions were found by you and your deputies in the home of Seth Hubbard shortly after you found his body, correct?" "That's right." "What did you do with them?" "We took them into our possession, made copies, then the following day gave them to Mr. Hubbard's family at his home." "I have no further questions, Your Honor." "Any cross-examination, Mr. Lanier?" "None." "You are excused, Sheriff Walls." "Thank you." "Mr. Brigance?" "Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I would like for the jury to be instructed that it has been stipulated by all parties that the documents just admitted into evidence were indeed written by Mr. Seth Hubbard." "Mr. Lanier?" "So stipulated, Your Honor." "Very well. There is no dispute as to the authorship of these documents. Proceed, Mr. Brigance." Jake said, "The proponents call Mr. Calvin Boggs." They waited until Calvin was summoned from a witness room. He was a large country boy who had never owned a necktie, and it was obvious he had not even considered buying one for the occasion. He wore a frayed plaid shirt with patches on the elbows, dirty khakis, dirty boots, and looked as though he just wandered into the courtroom from a pulpwood cutting expedition. He was thoroughly intimidated and overwhelmed by the surroundings, and within seconds began to choke up as he described his horror at finding his boss hanging from a sycamore tree. "What time did he call you that Sunday morning?" Jake asked. "Around 9. Said to meet him at the bridge at 2. "And you arrived at 2 on the dot, right?" "Yes, sir, I did." Jake's plan was to use Boggs to illustrate how Seth took care of the details. He would later argue to the jury that Seth left the note on the table, packed up his rope and ladder, drove to the site, and made sure he was good and dead when Calvin arrived at 2 p.m. He wanted to be found not long after he died. Otherwise, it could have been days. Lanier had nothing to ask. The witness was dismissed. "Call your next witness, Mr. Brigance," Judge Atlee said. Jake said, "The proponents called the county coroner, Finn Plunkett." Finn Plunkett was a rural mail carrier when he was first elected county coroner 13 years earlier. At the time, he had no experience in medicine. None was required in Mississippi. He had never visited a crime scene. The fact that the state still elected its county coroners was odd enough. It was one of the last states to do so. Indeed, it was one of the few to ever initiate the ritual to begin with. For the past 13 years, Finn had been called at all hours of the day and night to such locations as nursing homes, hospitals, accident scenes, honky-tonks, rivers and lakes, and homes wrecked by violence. His typical routine was to hover over a corpse and solemnly pronounce, "Yep, he's dead." Then he would speculate on the cause of death and sign a certificate. He had been present when Seth was lowered to the ground. He had said, "Yep, he's dead." Death by hanging a suicide, asphyxiation, and a broken neck. With Jake leading him through his testimony, he quickly explained to the jury what was already painfully obvious. Wade Lanier had no cross-examination. Jake called to the stand his ex-secretary, Roxy Briscoe, who, since she had left the office with bad blood, had initially refused to testify. So Jake issued a subpoena and explained she might go to jail if she ignored it. She quickly came around and took the stand, dressed fashionably for the moment. Tag teaming, they walked through the events of the morning of October 3rd, when she arrived at the office with the mail. She identified the envelope, letter, and 2-page will from Seth Hubbard, and Judge Atlee admitted them into evidence as exhibits for the proponents. There was no objection from the other side. Following a script that had been suggested by His Honor, Jake projected on the screen an enlarged version of the letter to him from Seth. He also handed a copy to each juror. Judge Atlee said, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause for a moment while each of you carefully reads this letter." The courtroom was instantly silent as the jurors read their copies and the spectators studied the screen. "Herein you will find my last will and testament, every word written by me and signed and dated by me. I've checked the law of Mississippi and am satisfied that it is a proper holographic will, thus entitled to full enforcement under the law. No one witnessed me signing this will because, as you know, witnesses are not required for holographic wills. A year ago, I signed a thicker version in the offices of the Rush Law Firm in Tupelo, but I have renounced that document. This one is likely to start some trouble, and that's why I want you as the attorney for my estate. I want this will defended at all costs, and I know you can do it. I specifically cut out my 2 adult children, their children, and my 2 ex-wives. These are not nice people, and they will fight, so get ready. My estate is substantial. They have no idea of its size, and when this is made known, they will attack. Fight them, Mr. Brigance, to the bitter end. We must prevail." With my suicide note, I left instructions for my funeral and burial. Do not mention my last will and testament until after the funeral. I want my family to be forced to go through all the rituals of mourning before they realize they get nothing. Watch them fake it. They're very good at it. They have no love for me. I thank you in advance for your zealous representation. It will not be easy. I am comforted in knowing I will not be there to suffer through such an agonizing ordeal. Sincerely, Seth Hubbard, October 1st, 1988. Slowly, as each juror finished, they could not help but glance into the audience and take a look at Herschel Hubbard and Ramona Defoe. She wanted to cry, but at that moment she correctly assumed anyone looking would think she was only faking it. So she stared at the floor, along with her brother and husband, and waited for this awkward and awful time to pass. Finally, after an eternity, Judge Atlee said, "Let's take a 15-minute recess." In spite of Seth's warnings about the hazards of smoking, at least half of the jurors needed a cigarette. The non-smokers stayed in the jury room and had coffee while the rest followed a bailiff to a small patio overlooking the north side of the courthouse lawn. They quickly fired up and began puffing away. Nevin Dark was trying to quit and had whittled his habit down to half a pack a day, but at the moment he was craving nicotine. Jim Whitehurst eased beside him, took a puff, and said, "What do you think, Mr. Foreman?" Judge Atlee had been explicit in his warnings. Do not discuss this case. But jurors in every trial couldn't wait to discuss what they had just seen and heard. Almost under his breath, Nevin said, "Looks like the old boy knew exactly what he was doing." "You?" "No doubt about it," whispered Jim. Just above them, in the county law library, Jake gathered with Portia, Letty, Quince Lundy, and Harry Rex. And there was no shortage of observations and opinions. Portia was unnerved because Frank Doley, number 12, kept staring at her, frowning with his lips moving as if he were cursing. Letty thought Debbie Lacker, number 10, had fallen asleep, while Harry Rex was certain number 2, Tracy McMillan, had already developed a crush on Jake. Quince Lundy still maintained the jury was already split, but Harry Rex said they'd be lucky to get 4 votes. Jake politely asked him to shut up and reminded him of his dire predictions during the trial of Carl Lee Haley. After 10 minutes of mindless chatter, Jake vowed to eat lunch alone. Back in the courtroom, he called Quince Lundy to the stand and led him through a series of bland but necessary questions about his involvement in the estate, his appointment as the administrator, and his substitution for Russell Amberg, who wanted out. Lundy dryly explained the duties of the administrator and did a superb job of making it sound as dull as it really was. Jake handed him the original handwritten will and asked him to identify it. Lundy said, "This is the holographic will that was admitted to probate on October 4th of last year, signed by Mr. Seth Hubbard on the first day of October." "Let's have a look," Jake said, and once again projected the document onto the screen as he passed out copies to the jurors. Judge Atlee said, "Again, ladies and gentlemen, take your time and read it carefully. You will be allowed to take all documents and exhibits back to the jury room when you begin your deliberations." Jake stood by the podium, held a copy of the will, and pretended to read it as he carefully watched the jurors. Most seemed to frown at one point or another, and he assumed the "perish in pain" phrase made them cringe. He had read the will 100 times and still had the same 2 reactions. 1, it was mean-spirited, harsh, cruel, and unreasonable. 2, it made him wonder what Letty was doing to make the old boy so fond of her. But as always, another reading convinced him Seth knew precisely what he was doing. If a person has testamentary capacity, then that person can make all the wild and unreasonable bequests he or she wants. When the last juror finished and laid down her copy, Jake turned off the overhead projector. He and Quince Lundy then spent half an hour hitting the highlights of Seth Hubbard's amazing 10-year journey from the ruins of his second divorce to wealth that no one in Ford County had ever seen. At 12:30, Judge Atlee recessed until 2 p.m. Chapter 42. The detective was leaving the hospital as Lucian was entering it. They spoke briefly in the main lobby, just a few words about Lonnie Clark, still up there on the third floor and not doing well. He had had a rough night, and his doctors said no visitors. Lucian got lost in the hospital and surfaced on the third floor an hour later. There was no cop by the door, no nurses tending to Lonnie. Lucian sneaked into the room, gently shook Ansel's arm, and said, "Ansel, Ansel, are you there?" But Ansel wasn't there. Within the tiny Brigance firm, there was a general agreement that the morning could not have gone better. The presentation of the suicide note, funeral and burial instructions, handwritten will, and the letter to Jake made it perfectly clear that Seth Hubbard planned everything and was in control until the very end. Jake's opening statement had been persuasive. Lanier's, though, was just as masterful. All in all, a good beginning. Jake began the afternoon session by calling to the stand the Reverend Don McElwain, pastor of Irish Road Christian Church. The preacher told the jury he had spoken briefly to Seth after the worship hour on October 2nd, a few hours before he hung himself. He knew Seth was gravely ill, though he did not know the doctors had given him only weeks to live. On that morning, Seth seemed to be in good spirits, alert, even smiling, and told McElwain how much he enjoyed the sermon. Though he was sick and frail, he did not appear to be drugged or under the influence. He had been a member of the church for 20 years and usually showed up about once a month. 3 weeks before he died, Seth had purchased for $350 a plot in the cemetery, the same plot he now occupied. The church's treasurer was next. Mr. Willis Stubbs testified that Seth dropped into the offering plate a check in the amount of $500 dated October 2nd. For the year, Seth contributed $2,600. Mr. Everett Walker took the stand and shared a private moment in what was likely Seth's last conversation. As the two walked to the parking lot after church, Mr. Walker asked how business was going. Seth made a crack about a slow hurricane season. More hurricanes meant more property damage and demand for lumber. Seth claimed to love hurricanes. According to Mr. Walker, his friend was sharp, witty, and did not seem to be in pain. Of course, he was frail. When Mr. Walker later heard that Seth was dead and that he had killed himself not long after their conversation, he was stunned. The man seemed so at ease and relaxed, even content. He had known Seth for many years, and he was not the slightest bit gregarious. Rather, Seth was a quiet man who kept to himself and said little. He remembered Seth smiling as he drove away that Sunday and remarked to his wife that it was rare to see him smile. Mrs. Gilda Chatham told the jury she and her husband sat behind Seth during his final sermon, spoke to him briefly when the service was over, and picked up no clue whatsoever that he was on the verge of such a startling act. Mrs. Nettie Vinson testified that she said hello to Seth as they were leaving the church and that he seemed uncharacteristically friendly. After a short recess, Seth's oncologist, a Dr. Talbert from the Regional Medical Center in Tupelo, was sworn in and quickly managed to bore the courtroom with a long and dry narrative about his patient's lung cancer. He had treated Seth for almost a year, and referring to his notes, went on and on about the surgery, then the chemotherapy and radiation and medications. There had been little hope initially, but Seth had fought hard. When the cancer metastasized to his spine and ribs, they knew the end was near. Dr. Talbert had seen Seth 2 weeks before he died and was surprised at how determined he was to keep going. But the pain was intense. He increased the oral dosage of Demerol to 100 milligrams every 3 to 4 hours. Seth preferred not to take the Demerol because the drug often made him drowsy. In fact, he said more than once that he tried to survive each day without pain meds. Dr. Talbert did not know how many tablets Seth actually took. In the past 2 months, he had prescribed 200. Jake's purpose in putting the doctor on the stand was twofold. First, he wanted to establish the fact that Seth was almost dead from lung cancer. Therefore, hopefully, the act of suicide might not seem so drastic and unreasonable. Jake planned to argue later that Seth was indeed thinking clearly in his last days, regardless of how he chose to die. The pain was unbearable. The end was near. He simply sped things along. Second, Jake wanted to confront head-on the issue of the side effects of Demerol. Lanier had some heavyweight testimony lined up. An expert who would say the powerful narcotic taken in the quantities prescribed seriously impaired Seth's judgment. An odd fact in the case was that the last prescription was never found. Seth had purchased it at a pharmacy in Tupelo 6 days before he died. Then he apparently disposed of it. Thus, there was no proof of how much or how little he had actually consumed. At his specific instructions, he was buried without an autopsy. Months earlier, Wade Lanier had suggested, off the record, that the body be exhumed for toxicity tests. Judge Atlee said no, again, off the record. The level of opiates in Seth's blood on Sunday when he died was not automatically relevant to the level the day before when he wrote his will. Judge Atlee seemed to be particularly offended by the notion of digging up a person after he had been properly laid to rest. Jake was pleased with his direct examination of Dr. Talbert. They clearly established that Seth tried to avoid taking Demerol, and that there was simply no way to prove how much was in his system when he made his last will. Wade Lanier managed to get the doctor to admit that a patient taking up to 6 to 8 doses a day of Demerol at 100 milligrams each should not consider making important decisions, especially ones dealing with large sums of money. Such a patient should be somewhere resting comfortably and quietly. No driving, no physical activity, no crucial decision-making. After the doctor was excused, Jake called Arlene Trotter, Seth's longtime secretary and office manager. She would be his last witness before Letty, and since they were approaching 5 p.m., Jake made the decision to save Letty for early Wednesday morning. He had spoken to Arlene many times since Seth's death and was nervous about putting her on the stand. He really had no choice. If he didn't call her, Wade Lanier certainly would. She had been deposed in early February and had been evasive, in Jake's opinion. After 4 hours, he strongly believed she had been coached by Lanier or someone working for him. Nonetheless, she spent more time with Seth the last week of his life than anyone else, and her testimony was crucial. She appeared terrified as she swore to tell the truth and settled into the seat. She glanced at the jurors who were watching closely. Jake asked the preliminary questions, the ones with easy and obvious answers, and she seemed to settle down. He established that from Monday through Friday of the week before he died, Seth arrived at his office each morning around 9, which was later than usual. He was generally upbeat and in good spirits until noon, when he took a long nap on the sofa in his office. He wasn't eating, though Arlene kept offering snacks and sandwiches. He kept smoking. He was never able to stop. As always, he kept his door closed, so Arlene wasn't exactly sure what he was doing. However, he stayed busy that week trying to sell 3 tracts of timberland in South Carolina. He was on the phone a lot, which was not unusual. At least once an hour, he left the building and went for a stroll around the premises. He stopped and talked to some of his employees. He flirted with Kamala, the girl at the front desk. Arlene knew he was in great pain because at times he couldn't hide it, though he never ever admitted this. He let it slip once that he was taking Demerol, though she never saw the bottle of pills. No, he was not glassy-eyed. He did not slur his speech. At times he was fatigued, and he napped often. Usually he left around 3 or 4. Jake was able to paint the picture of a man still in charge, the boss at work, as if all was well. For 5 consecutive days before he wrote a new will, Seth Hubbard was at the office, on the phone, tending to his business. Wade Lanier began his cross-examination with, "Let's talk about this timberland in South Carolina, Miss Trotter. Did Seth Hubbard sell these 3 tracts of land?" "Yes, sir, he did." "And when?" "On that Friday morning." "The Friday morning before he wrote his will on Saturday, correct?" "Correct." "Did he sign any sort of contract?" "He did. It was faxed to my desk, and I took it to him. He signed it, and I faxed it back to the attorneys in Spartanburg." Lanier picked up a document and said, "Your Honor, I have here Exhibit C5, which has already been stipulated to and admitted." Judge Atlee said, "Proceed." Lanier handed the document to Arlene and said, "Could you please identify that?" "Yes, sir. It's the contract Seth signed on Friday morning, selling the 3 tracts of land in South Carolina." "And how much was Seth to receive?" "A total of $810,000. 810. Now, Miss Trotter, how much did Seth pay for this timberland?" She paused for a moment, glanced nervously at the jurors, and said, "You have the paperwork, Mr. Lanier?" "Of course." Lanier produced 3 more exhibits, all of which had been marked and admitted beforehand. There were no surprises here. Jake and Lanier had haggled over the exhibits and documents for weeks. Judge Atlee had long since ruled them admissible. Arlene slowly reviewed the exhibits as the courtroom waited. Finally, she said, "Mr. Hubbard purchased this land in 1985 and paid a total of $1.1 million. Lanier scribbled this down as if it were new. Peering over his reading glasses with his eyebrows arched in disbelief, he said, "A loss of $300,000. "Apparently so." and this was only 24 hours before he made his handwritten will. Jake was on his feet. Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation on the part of the witness. Counsel can save it for his closing argument. Sustained. Lanier ignored the commotion and zeroed in on the witness. Any idea, dear Miss Trotter, why Seth would do such a bad deal? Jake rose again. Objection, Your Honor. More speculation. Sustained. Was he thinking clearly, Miss Trotter? Objection. Sustained. Lanier paused and flipped a page of notes. Now, Miss Trotter, who was in charge of cleaning the office building where you and Seth worked? A man named Monk. Okay, tell us about Monk. He's a long-time employee at the lumber yard, sort of a general helper who does all sorts of odd jobs, mainly cleaning. He also paints, fixes everything, even wash Mr. Hubbard's vehicles. How often does Monk clean the offices? Every Monday and Thursday morning, from 9 until 11, without fail, for many years now. Did he clean the offices on Thursday, September 29th of last year? He did. Has Letty Lang ever cleaned the offices? Not to my knowledge. There was no need for her to do so. Monk was in charge of that. I've never seen Ms. Lang until today. Throughout the day, Myron Pankey moved around the courtroom. His job was to watch the jury constantly, but to do so without being obvious required a number of tricks. Different seats, different vantage points, a change in sports coats, shielding his face behind a larger person sitting in front of him, the use of various eyeglasses. He spent his career in courtrooms, listening to witnesses and watching jurors react to them. In his learned opinion, Jake had done a steady job of laying out his case. Nothing fancy, nothing memorable, but no blunders either. The majority of the jurors liked him and believed that he was searching for the truth. 3 apparently did not. Frank Doley, number 12, was firmly in their corner and would never vote to give all that money to a black housekeeper. Pankey did not know the tragic story of Doley's niece, but he could tell from the opening statements the man distrusted Jake and did not like Letty. Number 10, Debbie Lacker, a 50-year-old white woman and quite rural, had shot several hard looks at Letty throughout the day, little messages that Myron never missed. Number 4, Fay Pollen, another 50-year-old white woman, had actually nodded in agreement when Dr. Talbert testified that a person on Demerol should not make important decisions. As the first day of testimony came to a close, Pankey called it a draw. 2 fine lawyers had performed well, and the jurors had not missed a word. With Ansel unable to talk, Lucian spent the day in a rented car touring glaciers and fjords in the mountains around Juneau. He was tempted to leave, to hustle back to Clanton for the trial, but he was also quite taken with the beauty of Alaska and the cool air and near-perfect climate. It was already heating up in Mississippi with longer days and stickier air. As he ate lunch at a hillside cafe, the Gastineau Channel stretched magnificently below him. He made the decision to leave tomorrow, Wednesday. At some point, and soon, Jake would inform Judge Atlee that Ansel Hubbard had been located and verified, though the verification was shaky because the subject might change his mind at any moment and adopt another alias. Lucian doubted this, though, because Ansel was thinking about the money. Such a revelation would not affect the trial. Wade Lanier was right. Ansel had nothing to say about his brother's will or testamentary capacity, so Lucian would leave him to his own problems. He suspected Ansel might serve a few months in prison. If he got lucky and found a good lawyer, he might walk entirely. Lucian was convinced the search and seizure of the cocaine was a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Suppress the search, eliminate the cocaine, and Ansel would be free again. If Jake won the trial, Ansel might one day make his long-deferred return to Ford County and claim his share of the estate. If Jake lost, Ansel would disappear into the night, never to be found again. After dark, Lucian went to the hotel bar and said good evening to Bo Buck, the bartender, who was now a close friend. Bo Buck had once been a judge in Nevada before things conspired to wreck his life, and he and Lucian enjoyed swapping stories. They talked for a moment as Lucian waited on his first Jack and Coke. He took it to a table and sat down, alone and loving the solitude. Just a man and his sour mash. A minute later, Ansel Hubbard materialized from nowhere and sat across the table. "Evening, Lucian," he said casually. Startled, Lucian stared at him for a few seconds to make sure. He was wearing a baseball cap, a sweatshirt, and jeans. That morning, he had been unconscious in a hospital bed with tubes running everywhere. "Didn't expect to see you here," Lucian said. "I got tired of the hospital, so I walked out. I guess I'm a fugitive, but that's nothing new. I kind of like being on the run." "What about your head and the infection?" "My head's sore, though not nearly as sore as they thought. Remember, Lucian, I was scheduled to go from the hospital to the jail, a transfer I preferred not to make. Let's just say I wasn't nearly as unconscious as they thought. The infection is under control." He pulled out a bottle of pills. "When I left, I took my antibiotics. I'll be all right." "How'd you leave?" "Walked out. They rolled me downstairs for a scan. I went to the restroom. They thought I couldn't walk, so I ran down some steps, found the basement, found a locker room, changed clothes, came out through the service ramp. Cops were swarming last time I checked. I was drinking coffee across the street. This is a small town, Ansel. You can't hide for long." "What do you know about hiding?" "I have some friends." "You want something to drink?" "No, but I'd love a burger and fries." Harry Rex scowled at the witness and demanded, "Did you touch his penis?" Letty looked away embarrassed, then managed a tepid, Yes, I did." "Of course you did, Letty," Jake said. "He was unable to bathe himself, so you had to do it. And you did it more than once. A bath means bathing the entire body. He couldn't do it. You had to. There was nothing intimate or even remotely sexual about it. You were simply doing your job." "I can't do this," Letty said, looking helplessly at Portia. "He won't ask me these questions, will he?" "He damn sure will," Harry Rex growled. "He'll ask you these and many more, and you'd better be ready with the answers." "Let's take a break," Jake said. "I need a beer," Harry Rex said, climbing to his feet. He stomped out of the room as if he were sick of them all. They had been rehearsing for 2 hours, and it was almost 10 p.m. Jake asked the easy questions on direct examination, and Harry Rex grilled her relentlessly on cross. At times, he was too rough, or rougher than Atlee would allow Lanier to be, but better to be ready for the worst. Portia sympathized with her mother, but she was also frustrated by her fragility. Letty could be tough, then she would fall apart. There was no confidence that her testimony would go smoothly. "Remember the rules, Letty," Jake kept saying. "Smile, but nothing phony. Speak clearly and slowly. It's okay to cry if you feel real emotion. If you're not sure, don't speak. The jurors are watching intently, and they miss nothing. Look at them occasionally, but with confidence. Don't let Wade Lanier rattle you. I'll always be there to protect you." Harry Rex wanted to scream another piece of advice. "We're talking about $24 million here, so put on the performance of a lifetime." But he controlled himself. When he returned with the beer, Portia said, "We've had enough, Jake. We'll go home and sit on the porch and talk some more. And we'll be here early in the morning." "Okay. I think we're all tired." After they left, Jake and Harry Rex went upstairs and sat on Jake's balcony. The night was warm but clear, a perfect spring night that was difficult to appreciate. Jake sipped a beer and relaxed for the first time in many hours. "Any word from Lucian?" Harry Rex asked. No, but I forgot to check the phone messages. We're lucky, you know. Lucky he's in Alaska and not sitting right here carping about everything that went wrong today. That's your job, right? Right. But I got no complaints so far. You had a good day, Jake. You made a good opening statement, one the jury heard and appreciated. Then you called 12 witnesses, and not a one got burned. The evidence leans strongly in your favor, at least at this point. You couldn't have asked for a better day. And the jury? They like you, but it's too early to speculate on how much they like or dislike Letty. Tomorrow will be revealing. Tomorrow is crucial, buddy. Letty can win the case, or she can lose it. Chapter 43. The lawyers met with Judge Atlee in his chambers at 8:45 Wednesday morning and agreed there were no pending motions or issues to iron out before the trial proceeded. For the third day in a row, His Honor was spry, almost hyper, as if the excitement of a big trial had rejuvenated him. The lawyers had been up all night, either working or worrying, and looked as frayed as they felt. The old judge, though, was ready to go. In the courtroom, he welcomed everyone, thanked the spectators for their keen interest in our judicial system, and told the bailiff to bring in the jurors. When they were seated, he greeted them warmly and asked if there were any problems, any unauthorized contact, anything suspicious. Everyone feeling okay. Very well, Mr. Brigance. Proceed. Jake stood and said, Your Honor, the proponents call Ms. Letty Lang. Portia had told her not to wear anything fitting or tight or even remotely sexy. Early that morning, long before breakfast, they had argued about the dress. Portia won. It was a navy blue cotton dress with a loose belt, a nice enough dress, but one that a housekeeper might wear to work, nothing Letty would wear to church. The shoes were low-heeled sandals, no jewelry, no watch, nothing to indicate she had a spare dime or might be contemplating a haul of cash. In the past month, she had stopped tinting her gray hair. It was natural now, and she looked all of her 47 years. She was practically stuttering by the time she swore to tell the truth. She looked at Portia sitting behind Jake's chair. Her daughter gave her a smile, a signal that she should smile too. The packed courtroom was silent as Jake approached the podium. He asked her name, address, place of employment, softballs that she handled well, names of children and grandchildren. Yes, Marvis, her oldest, was in prison. Her husband was Simeon Lang, now in jail, awaiting prosecution. She had filed for divorce a month earlier and expected it to become final in a few weeks. Some background, education, church, prior jobs. It was all scripted, and at times her answers sounded stiff and rote, even memorized, which they were. She glanced at the jurors, but was rattled when she realized they were staring right back. As her handlers had discussed, when she felt nervous, she was to look directly at Portia. At times, she couldn't take her eyes off her daughter. Jake eventually made it to the subject of Mr. Seth Hubbard, or simply Mr. Hubbard, as she was to always call him in court. Never Seth, never Mr. Seth. Mr. Hubbard hired her as a part-time housekeeper 3 years earlier. How did she hear about the job opening? She did not. He called her and said a friend knew she was out of work. He happened to be looking for a part-time maid. She went through her history with Mr. Hubbard, his rules, habits, routines, and later his preferences in food and cooking. 3 days a week became 4. He gave her a raise, then another. He traveled a lot, and she was often in the house with little to do. Not once in 3 years did he entertain or have another person over for a meal. She met Herschel and Ramona, but rarely saw them. Ramona visited once a year, and for only a few hours, and Herschel's drop-ins were not much more frequent. She had never met any of Mr. Hubbard's 4 grandchildren.
But I didn't work on the weekends, so I don't know who came and went then, she said. Mr. Hubbard could have had all sorts of company.
She was trying to appear fair, but only to a point. But you worked every Monday, correct? Jake asked from the script.
I did.
And did you ever see evidence of weekend guests in the home?
No, sir. Never.
Being nice to Herschel and Ramona was not part of the plan at this point. They had no plans to be nice to Letty. Indeed, based on their depositions, it was safe to expect them to lie considerably. After an hour on the stand, Letty felt more comfortable. Her answers were clearer, more spontaneous, and she occasionally smiled at the jurors. Jake eventually got around to Mr. Hubbard's lung cancer. She described how her boss went through a string of unimpressive home health care nurses and finally asked Letty if she would work 5 days a week. She described the low points, when the chemo knocked him flat and almost killed him, when he couldn't walk to the bathroom or feed himself. Do not show emotion, Portia had lectured. Do not show any feelings whatsoever for Mr. Hubbard. The jurors cannot get the impression there was an emotional bond between the two of you. Of course there had been, the same as any dying person and his caregiver. But do not acknowledge it on the witness stand. Jake hit the high points, but did not spend much time on Mr. Hubbard's cancer. Wade Lanier would certainly do so. Jake asked Letty if she had ever signed a will. No, she had not. Have you ever seen a will?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Hubbard ever discuss his will with you? She managed to chuckle and sold it perfectly. She said,
Mr. Hubbard was extremely private. He never discussed business or anything like that with me. He never discussed his family or kids or anything. He just wasn't like that.
The truth was that Seth had twice promised Letty he would leave something behind for her, but he had never mentioned his will. She and Portia had discussed it, and it was Portia's opinion that Wade Lanier and the lawyers on the other side would blow this out of proportion if she admitted it. They would twist it, exaggerate it, and turn it into something lethal. So you did discuss his last will with him, Lanier would yell in front of the jury. Some things are better left unsaid. No one would ever know. Seth was dead, and Letty wasn't talking. Did he ever discuss his illness and the fact that he was dying? Jake asked. She took a deep breath and pondered the question.
Sure. There was times when he was in so much pain, he said he wanted to die. I suppose that's natural. In his last days, Mr. Hubbard knew the end was near. He asked me to pray with him.
You prayed with him?
I did. Mr. Hubbard had a deep faith in God. He wanted to make things right before he died.
Jake paused for a little drama, so the jurors could fully absorb the visual of Letty and her boss praying instead of doing what most folks thought they had been doing. Then he moved on to the morning of October 1st of last year, and Letty told her story. They left his house around 9 o'clock, with Letty behind the wheel of his late-model Cadillac. She had never driven him before. He had never asked her to. It was the first and only time the two had been together in an automobile. When they were leaving the house, she had made some silly comment about never having driven a Cadillac, so he insisted. She was nervous and drove slowly. He sipped on coffee from a paper cup. He seemed to be relaxed and pain-free, and he seemed to enjoy the fact that Letty was so uptight driving down a highway with virtually no other traffic. Jake asked her what they talked about during the 10-minute drive. She thought for a moment, glanced at the jurors, who still had not missed a word, and said,
We talked about cars. He said a lot of white people don't like Cadillacs anymore because nowadays so many black people drive them. He asked me why a Cadillac was so important to a black person, and I said, Don't ask me. I never wanted one. I'll never have one. My Pontiac's 12 years old. But then I said, it's because it's the nicest car, and it's a way of showing other folk that you made it. You got a job, got a little money in your pocket, got some success in life. Something's working okay. That's all. He said he always liked a Cadillac too. Said he lost his first one in his first divorce. Lost his second one in his second divorce. But since he gave up on marriage, nobody's bothered him or his Cadillacs. He was kind of funny about it.
So he was in a good mood, sort of joking, Jake asked.
A very good mood that morning, yes, sir. He even laughed at me and my driving.
And his mind was clear?
Clear as a bell. He said I was driving his 7th Cadillac, and he remembered all of them. Said he trades every other year.
Do you know if he was taking medication for pain that morning?
No, sir, I don't know. He was funny about his pills. He didn't like to take them, and he kept them in his briefcase, away from me. The only time I saw him was when he was flat on his back, deathly sick, and he asked me to get him. But no, he didn't appear to be on any pain medication that morning.
Under Jake's guidance, she continued her narrative. They arrived at Bering Lumber Company, the first and only time she had ever been there. And while he spent the time in his office with the door locked, she cleaned. She vacuumed, dusted, scrubbed most of the windows, arranged magazines, even washed the dishes in the small kitchen. No, she did not empty the wastebaskets. From the moment they entered the offices until they left, she did not speak to nor see Mr. Hubbard. She had no idea what he was doing in his office. She never thought about asking. He walked in with a briefcase and walked out holding the same one. She drove back to his house, then she returned home around noon. Late Sunday night, Calvin Boggs called with the news that Mr. Hubbard had hung himself. At 11 a.m., after almost 2 hours on the stand, Jake tendered the witness for cross-examination. During a quick recess, he told Letty she did a fabulous job. Portia was thrilled and very proud. Her mother had kept her composure and been convincing. Harry Rex, who had been watching from the back row, said her testimony could not have been better. By noon, their case was in shambles. He was certain harboring a fugitive was against the law in every state, including Alaska, so jail time was a possibility, though Lucian wasn't worried about that at the moment. He woke up at sunrise, stiff from sleeping off and on in a chair. Ansel had the bed, all of it. He had volunteered to sleep on the floor or in a chair, but Lucian was concerned about his head injuries and insisted he take the bed. A painkiller knocked him out, and for a long time Lucian sat in the dark, nursing his last Jack and Coke, listening to the old boy snore. He dressed quietly and left the room. The lobby of the hotel was deserted. There were no cops poking around, searching for Ansel. Down the street, he bought coffee and muffins and hauled them back to the room, where Ansel was awake now and watching the local news. Not a word, he reported. No surprise, Lucian said. I doubt if they've brought in the bloodhounds. They ate, took turns showering and dressing, and at 8 a.m. left the room. Ansel was wearing Lucian's black suit, white shirt, paisley tie, and the same cap pulled low to hide his face. They hurriedly walked 3 blocks to the law office of Jared Walkowitz, a lawyer referred by Bo Buck at the Glacier Inn bar. Lucian had visited Mr. Walkowitz late the day before, retained him, and organized the deposition. A court reporter and a videographer were waiting in the conference room. At one end of the table, Mr. Walkowitz stood, raised his right hand, repeated after the court reporter, and swore to tell the truth, then sat facing the camera. He said, "Good morning. My name is Jared Walkowitz, and I'm an attorney, duly licensed by the state of Alaska. Today is Wednesday, April 5th, 1989, and I'm sitting here in my law office on Franklin Street in downtown Juneau, Alaska. Here with me is Lucian Wilbanks of Clanton, Mississippi, and also a man by the name of Ansel F. Hubbard, who currently resides in Juneau. The purpose of the deposition is to record the testimony of Mr. Hubbard.
I know nothing about the case that brings us here. My role is to simply vouch for the fact that this will be an accurate recording of what takes place here. If any of the lawyers or judges involved in this matter would like to speak to me, feel free to call. Walkowitz left the chair, and Lucian stepped forward. He was sworn by the court reporter, then likewise sat facing the camera. He said, "My name is Lucian Wilbanks, and I'm well known to Judge Atlee and the lawyers involved in the contest over the last will and testament of Seth Hubbard. Working with Jake Brigance and others, I have been able to locate Ansel Hubbard. I have spent several hours with Ansel, and there is no doubt in my mind that he is in fact the surviving brother of Seth Hubbard. He was born in Ford County in 1922. His father was Cleon Hubbard. His mother was Sarah Bell Hubbard. In 1928, his father, Cleon, hired my grandfather, Robert E. Lee Wilbanks, to represent him in a land dispute. That dispute is relevant today. Here is Ansel Hubbard." Lucian vacated the chair, and Ansel took it. He raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth. Wade Lanier began his toxic cross-examination by asking about Simeon. Why was he in jail? Had he been indicted? How often had she visited him? Was he contesting the divorce? It was a harsh but effective way to remind the jurors that the father of Letty's 5 children was a drunk who had killed the Rustin boys. After 5 minutes, Letty was wiping tears, and Lanier looked like a prick. He didn't care. With her emotions in play and her judgment temporarily impaired, he quickly switched gears and laid his trap. "Now, Ms. Lang, prior to being employed by Mr. Hubbard, where did you work?" Letty wiped a cheek with the back of a hand and tried to collect her thoughts.
That was Mr. and Mrs. Tingley here in Clanton.
"What type of work?
Housekeeper.
How long did you work for them?"
I don't know exactly, but about 3 years.
"And why did you leave their employment?"
They died, both of them.
"Did they leave you any money in their wills?"
If they did, nobody ever told me.
This got a few smiles from the jurors. Wade Lanier missed the humor. He continued, "And before the Tingleys, where did you work?"
Before that, I worked as a cook in the school in Caraway.
"For how long?"
Maybe 2 years.
"And why did you leave there?"
I got the job with the Tingleys, and I'd rather work as a housekeeper than a cook.
"Okay. Before the job at the school, where did you work?" She was silent as she tried to remember. Finally, she said,
Before the school, I worked for Mrs. Gillenwater here in Clanton as a housekeeper.
"And for how long?"
About a year. Then she moved away.
"Before Mrs. Gillenwater, where did you work?"
That would be the Glovers in Caraway.
"And for how long?"
Again, I can't remember exactly, but it was 3 or 4 years.
"Okay. I'm not trying to nail down specifics, Ms. Lang. Just remember things as best you can, all right?"
Yes, sir.
"And before the Glovers, where did you work?"
That was Miss Carston, here in town. I worked for her 6 years. She was my favorite. I never wanted to leave her, but she died suddenly.
"Thank you." Lanier scribbled on his legal pad as if he was learning something new. "Now, just to summarize, Ms. Lang, you worked for Mr. Hubbard for 3 years, the Tingleys 3, the school 2, Mrs. Gillenwater 1, the Glovers 3 or 4, and 6 years for Miss Carston. According to my math, that's approximately 20 years. Does that sound about right?"
It does. Give or take a year here, a year there.
Letty said confidently. "And you've had no other employers in the past 20 or so years?" She shook her head no. Lanier was going somewhere. But Jake couldn't stop him. The inflections of his voice, the slight hints of suspicion, the arched eyebrows, the matter-of-factness of his sentences. He was trying to disguise all these, but to Jake's trained ears and eyes, they meant trouble. That's 6 employers in 20 years, Miss Lang. How many times were you fired?
None. I mean, I was terminated after Mr. Hubbard died, and Miss Carston got sick, and Mr. and Mrs. Tingley passed. But that was just because the job sort of played out, you know.
You've never been fired for doing a bad job or for doing something wrong.
No, sir. Never.
Lanier abruptly backed away from the podium, looked up at Judge Atlee and said, "That's all, Judge. I reserve the right to recall this witness later in the trial." He walked smugly to his table, and at the last second, Jake saw him wink at Lester Chilcott. Letty had just lied, and Lanier was about to expose her. Jake, though, had no idea what was coming. Thus, he had no way to prevent it. His instincts were to get her off the witness stand. He stood and said, "Your Honor, the proponents rest." Judge Atlee said, "Do you have some witnesses, Mr. Lanier?" "Oh, yes." "Then call the first one." "The contestants call Mr. Fritz Pickering." "Who?" Jake blurted. "Fritz Pickering," Lanier repeated loudly and sarcastically, as if Jake were hard of hearing. "Never heard of him. He's not on your witness list." "He's out in the rotunda," Lanier said to a bailiff, "waiting." Jake was shaking his head at Judge Atlee and said, "He can't testify if he's not listed as a witness, Judge." "I'm calling him anyway," Lanier said. Fritz Pickering entered the courtroom and followed a bailiff to the witness stand. "I object, Your Honor," Jake said. Judge Atlee removed his reading glasses, glared at Wade Lanier, and said, "All right, let's take a 15-minute recess. I'll see the lawyers in chambers. Lawyers only, no paralegals or staff." The jury was hurried out of the courtroom as the lawyers followed the judge into the rear hallway and into his cramped chambers. He did not remove his robe, but sat down and looked as confused as Jake. "Start talking," he said to Lanier. "Your Honor, this witness is not an evidentiary witness. Thus, he does not have to be made known to the other side. His purpose is to impeach the credibility of another witness, not to give evidence. I was not required to put him on the list or in any way divulge his name because I was never certain he would be called. Now, based on the testimony of Letty Lang and her inability to tell the truth, this witness is suddenly crucial to our case." Judge Atlee exhaled as every lawyer in the room racked his brain for bits and pieces of the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure. At the moment, there was little doubt Lanier had full command of the rules regarding witness impeachment. This was his ambush, one he and Lester Chilcott had planned perfectly. Jake wanted to gush forth in some cogent and sensible argument, but brilliance failed him miserably at the moment. "What will the witness say?" Judge Atlee asked. "Letty Lang once worked for his mother, Mrs. Irene Pickering. Fritz and his sister fired Letty when his sister found a handwritten will leaving $50,000 in cash to Letty. She just told at least 3 lies. Number 1, she said she had worked for only those people I mentioned over the past 20 or so years. Mrs. Pickering hired her in 1978, and they fired her in 1980. Number 2, she has in fact been fired as a housekeeper. Number 3, she said she has never seen a will. Fritz and his sister showed her the handwritten will the day they fired her. There may be another 1 or 2. I can't think of them all right now." Jake's shoulders fell as his gut clenched. His vision blurred, and the color drained from his face. It was imperative that he say something intelligent, but everything was blank. Then lightning struck, and he asked, "When did you find Fritz Pickering?" "I didn't meet him until today," Lanier said smugly. "That's not what I asked. When did you find out about the Pickerings?" "During discovery." "Again, Jake, it's another example of us outworking you. We found more witnesses. We've been out there beating the bushes, working our asses off. I don't know what you've been doing. And the rules require you to submit the names of your witnesses. 2 weeks ago, you dumped the names of 45 new ones on the table. You're not playing by the rules here, Wade. Judge, this is a clear violation of the rules." Judge Atlee raised a hand and said, "Enough. Allow me to think a moment." He stood, walked to his desk, took one of a dozen pipes from a rack, stuffed it with Sir Walter Raleigh, lit up, blew a thick cloud of smoke toward the ceiling, and drifted away. On one side of the table, Wade Lanier, Lester Chilcott, Zach Zeitler, and Joe Bradley Hunt sat smugly, silently, waiting for a decision that would send the trial either north or south with no return. On the other side, Jake sat alone, scribbling notes that not even he could decipher. He felt ill and couldn't make his hands stop shaking. Wade Lanier had pulled a masterful dirty trick, and it was infuriating. At the same time, Jake wanted to grab Letty and lash out at her. Why had she not mentioned the Pickering matter? They had spent countless hours together since October. His Honor blew more smoke and said, "This is too crucial to keep out. I'll allow Mr. Pickering to testify, but within limits." Angrily, Jake said, "Trial by ambush. This will be automatically reversible. We'll be back in 2 years to do this all over again." Angrily, Judge Atlee barked, "Don't lecture, Jake. I've never been reversed by the Supreme Court. Never." Jake took a deep breath and said, "Sorry." Ansel's narrative ran for 58 minutes. When he finished, he wiped moisture from his eyes, said he was exhausted and couldn't continue, and left the room. Lucian thanked Jared Wolkowitz for his accommodations. He had not told the lawyer that Ansel was a man on the run. Walking back to the hotel, they saw several policemen loitering around a street corner and decided to duck into a coffee shop. They hid in a booth and tried to maintain small talk. Lucian was still rattled by the stories Ansel told, but neither was in the mood to pursue them. Lucian said, "I've paid for 2 more nights at the hotel. It's all yours. I'm leaving now. You can have the clothes, toothpaste, everything. There's a pair of old khakis hanging in a closet with $300 in the front pocket. It's yours." "Thanks, Lucian." "What are your plans?" "I don't know. I really don't want to go to prison, so I'll probably skip town, as usual. Just disappear. These clowns can't catch me. This is pretty routine for me." "Where will you go?" "Well, I might mosey on down to Mississippi, since my dear old brother thought so highly of me." "When might I see some of his estate?" "Who knows? They're fighting over it as we speak. Could be a month, could be 5 years. You have my phone number. Call me in a few weeks, and we'll catch up." "I'll do that." Lucian paid for the coffee, and they left through a side door. In an alley, they said goodbye. Lucian was headed for the airport, Ansel the hotel. When he got there, the detective was waiting. In a crowded courtroom that was silent, even stunned, Fritz Pickering told his story, every devastating detail. Letty absorbed it in total defeat. Her head bowed, her eyes on the floor. Then her eyes closed in agony. She shook her head from time to time as if she disagreed, but no one in the courtroom believed her. Lies, lies, lies. Fritz produced a copy of his mother's handwritten will. Jake objected to its admission into evidence on the grounds that there was no way to prove Irene Pickering's handwriting, but Judge Atlee barely hurt him. It became evidence. Wade Lanier asked his witness to read the fourth paragraph, the one giving $50,000 to Letty Lang. He read it slowly and loudly. A couple of the jurors shook their heads in disbelief. Wade Lanier hammered away. So, Mr. Pickering, you and your sister sat Letty Lang down at the kitchen table and showed her the will handwritten by your mother, correct?
Correct.
And if she testified earlier that she had never seen a will, then she was lying, correct?
I suppose.
Objection, Jake said.
Overruled.
His Honor snarled from the bench. It was apparent, at least to Jake, that Judge Atlee was now the enemy. He viewed Letty as a liar, and in his world there was no greater sin. Over the years he had jailed several litigants when they were caught red-handed telling lies, but almost always in divorce cases. A night in jail worked wonders in the search for veracity. Letty was in no danger of going to jail. That would be far more preferable. At that dreadful moment, with the jurors squirming nervously and glancing around, she was in danger of losing about $20 million, give or take, before taxes, of course. When a witness is telling the truth, and the truth hurts, a trial lawyer has no alternative but to attack the witness's credibility. Jake sat stone-faced, as if he expected Fritz to say what he was saying, but just under the skin, he was desperately searching for a soft spot. What did Fritz have to gain by testifying? Why would he waste his time?
Mr. Brigance,
Judge Atlee said, when Lanier tendered the witness. Jake stood quickly and faked as much confidence as possible. The first rule every trial lawyer learns is to never ask a question if you don't know the answer. But when you're staring at certain defeat, toss the rules. Shooting wildly from the hip, Jake said, Mr. Pickering, how much are you being paid to testify here today? The bullet landed between his eyes. He actually flinched as his jaw dropped, and he shot a desperate look at Wade Lanier. Lanier shrugged and nodded. Go ahead. It's no big deal. Fritz said,
$7,500.
And who's paying you? Jake demanded.
The check came from Mr. Lanier's office.
And what's the date on the check?
I don't remember exactly, but I got it about a month ago.
So about a month ago, you guys closed the deal. You agreed to come here and testify, and Mr. Lanier sent you the money, right?
That's right.
Didn't you, in fact, demand more than $7,500? Jake asked, still shooting wildly, with no idea what the facts were. But he had a hunch.
Well, yes, I did ask for more.
You wanted at least $10,000, didn't you?
Something like that,
Fritz admitted and looked at Lanier again. Jake was reading his mind. And you told Mr. Lanier that you would not testify unless you got paid, right?
At the time, I wasn't talking to Mr. Lanier. It was one of his investigators. I didn't meet Mr. Lanier until earlier this morning.
Regardless, you were not going to testify for free, right?
That's right.
When did you drive over from Shreveport?
Late yesterday afternoon.
And when are you leaving Clanton?
Just as soon as I can.
So, a quick trip, say 24 hours.
Something like that.
$7,500 for 24 hours. You're an expensive witness.
Is that a question?
Jake was getting lucky, but he knew it couldn't last. He looked at his notes, chicken scratch he could not read, and changed course. Mr. Pickering, didn't Letty Lang explain to you that she had nothing to do with the preparation of your mother's will? Jake had no idea what Letty had done. He had yet to discuss the incident with her. That would be an ugly conversation, probably during lunch.
That's what she said,
Fritz replied. And didn't she try to explain that your mother never said a word to her about the will?
That's what she said.
Where did you get this copy of the will?
I kept it.
Actually, it had arrived anonymously in the mail, but who would ever know the difference? Nothing further. Jake said as he sat down. Judge Atlee announced, "We'll be in recess until 1:30. Chapter 44. Jake and Harry Rex fled town. With Jake driving, they raced deep into the countryside, putting distance between themselves and the nightmare in the courtroom. They wouldn't risk bumping into Letty or Portia or the other lawyers or anyone, for that matter, who had just witnessed the bloodletting. Harry Rex was the eternal contrarian. When a day in trial went smoothly, he could always be counted on to see nothing but negatives. A bad day, and he could be unbelievably optimistic about tomorrow. As Jake drove and seethed, he kept waiting for his foxhole buddy to pass along an observation that might lift his spirits, if only for a moment. What he got was, "You'd better come off your high horse and settle this son of a bitch." A mile passed before Jake responded. "What makes you think Wade Lanier would talk settlement now? He just won the case. That jury wouldn't give Letty Lang $50 for a sack of groceries. You saw their faces." "You know the bad part, Jake?" "It's all bad. It's worse than bad. The bad part is that it makes you question everything about Letty. I've never thought for a moment that she manipulated Seth Hubbard into redoing his will. She's not that slick, and he wasn't that stupid. But now, all of a sudden, when you realize she's done it before, you say, okay, could this be a pattern? Could this old gal know more about will and estate law than we give her credit for? I don't know. It just rattles you. And why would she cover it up? Hell, I bet she's never told Portia. Never told anyone about getting caught by the Pickerings. I guess I should have been smart enough to ask her 6 months ago. Say, Letty, have you talked anyone else into changing their wills and adding a nice provision for you? Why didn't you think of that? Stupid, I guess. I feel pretty stupid right now. Another mile passed, then another. Jake said, "You're right. It makes you question everything. And if we feel this way, think about the jurors." "The jurors are gone, Jake, and you'll never get them back. You called your best witnesses, put on a near-perfect case, saved your star to go last, and she did a fine job, and then, in a matter of minutes, the case was totally destroyed by a surprise witness. You can forget this jury." Another mile passed. Jake said, "A surprise witness. Surely that's grounds for a reversal. Don't bet on it. You can't let it get that far, Jake. You got to settle this case before it goes to the jury." "I'll have to resign as the attorney." "Then so be it. You've made some money. Now get out of the way. Think about Letty for a moment." "I'd rather not." "I understand. But what if she walks out of that courtroom without a penny?" "Maybe that's what she deserves." They slid to a stop in the gravel parking lot of Bates Grocery. The red Saab was the only foreign car there. Every other vehicle was a pickup truck, and not a one less than 10 years old. They waited in line as Mrs. Bates patiently filled their plates with her vegetables, and Mr. Bates collected $3.50 from each customer, sweet iced tea and cornbread included. The crowd was almost shoulder to shoulder, and there were no empty chairs. "Over there," Mr. Bates said, nodding, and Jake and Harry Rex sat at a small counter not too far from the massive gas stove that was covered with pots. They could talk, but carefully. Not that it mattered. Not a single person having lunch knew a trial was underway in town, and they certainly didn't know how badly the trial had turned against Jake. Perched on a stool and hunched over his plate, he sat forlornly and looked through the crowd. "Hey, you gotta eat," Harry Rex said. "No appetite," Jake said. "Can I have your plate?" "Maybe. I envy these people. They don't have to go back into that courtroom." "Neither do I. You on your own, buddy. You've screwed up the case so bad it can never be rescued. I'm out of there." Jake pinched off a bite of cornbread and stuck it in his mouth. Didn't you go to school with Lester Chilcott?
I did. Biggest prick in law school. Nice enough guy when we started. But then he got a job with a big Jackson firm, and bam, just like that, he became a flaming asshole. I guess it happens. He's not first. Why?
Grab him this afternoon and whisper to him. See if they'll talk settlement.
Okay. What kind of settlement?
I don't know. But if they'll come to the table, we'll cut a deal. If I resign, I think Judge Atlee will take charge of the negotiations and make sure everyone gets something.
Now you're talking. It's worth a shot.
Jake managed a bit of fried okra. Harry Rex was half finished and eyeing Jake's plate. He said,
Look, Jake, you played football, right?
I tried.
No, I remember when you were the quarterback for scrawny little Caraway. Never had a winning season, as I recall. What was the worst ass-whooping you ever took on the field?
Ripley beat us 50-0 my junior year.
How bad was it at halftime?
36-0.
And did you quit?
No, I was the quarterback.
Okay. You knew at halftime that you were not going to win. But you led the team back onto the field for the second half, and you kept playing. You didn't quit then, and you can't quit now. A win looks pretty doubtful at this point, but you got to drag your ass back onto the field. Right now, you look thoroughly defeated, and the jury is watching every move you make. Eat your vegetables like a good boy, and let's go.
The jurors scattered for lunch and reconvened in the jury room at 1:15. In little pockets of whispered conversations, they talked about the case. They were surprised and confused. Surprised that the trial had turned so abruptly against Letty Lang. Before Fritz Pickering showed up, the evidence was mounting, and it was becoming clear that Seth Hubbard was a man who did whatever he wanted and knew exactly what he was doing. That changed suddenly, and Letty was now viewed with great suspicion. Even the two black jurors, Michelle Still and Barb Gaston, appeared to be jumping ship. The confusion was about what was next. Who would Jake put on the stand to undo the damage? Could it be undone? And if they, the jurors, rejected the handwritten will, what would happen to all that money? There were many unanswered questions. There was so much chatter about the case that the foreman, Nevin Dark, felt compelled to remind them that his honor frowned on what they were doing. "Let's talk about something else," he said politely, not wanting to offend. He was not, after all, their boss. At 1:30, the bailiff entered the room, counted heads, and said, "Let's go." They followed him into the courtroom. When they were seated, all 12 looked at Letty Lang, who was not looking up from her note-taking. Nor did her lawyer glance over at the jury box for one of his cute little smiles. Instead, he sat low in his chair, chewing on a pencil, trying to appear relaxed. Judge Atlee said, "Mr. Lanier, you may call your next witness." "Yes, sir." "The contestants call Mr. Herschel Hubbard." He took the stand, smiled goofily at the jury, swore to tell the truth, then began answering a lot of mundane questions. Wade Lanier had groomed him well. Back and forth they went, covering all aspects of Herschel's uneventful life. As always, the spin was in, and Herschel recalled with great fondness his childhood, his parents, his sister, and the grand times they had all had together. Yes, the divorce was quite painful, but the family struggled through it and persevered. He and his old man were very close, talked all the time, saw each other whenever they could, but hey, both were living busy lives. Both were big fans of the Atlanta Braves. They followed the team religiously and talked about the games all the time. Letty stared at him, dumbfounded. She had never heard Seth Hubbard say one word about the Atlanta Braves, and she had never known him to watch a baseball game on television. They tried to make it to Atlanta at least once each season to catch some games. Say what? This was news to Jake and everyone else who had read Herschel's depositions. He had never mentioned such a road trip with his father. But there was little Jake could do. It would take 2 days of hard digging to prove the trips to Atlanta never took place. If Herschel wanted to invent tales about him and his old man, Jake couldn't stop him at this point. And Jake had to be careful. If he had any credibility left with the jury, he could seriously damage it by attacking Herschel. The man had lost his father. Then he'd been cut out of his will in a very cruel and humiliating manner. It would be easy and only natural for the jurors to feel sympathy. And how do you argue with a son who wasn't close to his father, but now swears that he was? You don't. And Jake knew it was an argument he could not win. He took notes, listened to the fiction, and tried to keep a poker face as if everything was going great. He could not bring himself to look at the jurors. There was a wall between him and them, something he'd never before experienced. When they finally got around to Seth's cancer, Herschel became somber and even choked back tears. It was just awful, he said, watching this active and vigorous man dry up and shrivel with the disease. He had tried to quit smoking so many times. Father and son had engaged in long, heartfelt conversations about the smoking. Herschel quit when he was 30, and he begged his father to quit also. In his final months, Herschel visited him as often as possible. And yes, they talked about his estate. Seth was clear about his intentions. He might not have been too generous with Herschel and Ramona when they were younger, but he wanted them to have it all when he died. He assured them that he had prepared a proper will, one that would insulate them from financial worries and also secure the future for their children, Seth's beloved grandchildren. Seth was not himself toward the end. They talked all the time by phone, and at first Herschel noticed his father's memory was fading. He couldn't remember the score of last night's baseball game. He repeated himself constantly. He would ramble on about the World Series, though the Braves were not in the series last year. But to Seth, they were. The old guy was slipping away. It was so heartbreaking. Not surprisingly, Herschel was wary of Letty Lang. She did a fine job cleaning the house and cooking and caring for his father. But the longer she worked there, and the sicker Seth became, the more she seemed to protect him. She acted as though she didn't want Herschel and Ramona in the house. Several times Herschel called his father, but she said he wasn't feeling well and couldn't come to the phone. She tried to keep him away from his family. Letty glared at the witness, slowly shaking her head. It was quite a performance, and by the time it was over, Jake was almost too stunned to think or move. Through skillful and no doubt exhaustive preparation, Wade Lanier had pieced together a fictional narrative that any father and son would envy. Jake walked to the podium and asked, "Mr. Hubbard, on these trips to watch the Braves play, what hotel did you and your father usually stay in?" Herschel squinted and his mouth opened, but nothing came out. Hotels have records that can be checked. Finally, he recovered and said, well, we stayed in different hotels." "Did you go to Atlanta last year?" "No, Dad was too sick." "The year before?" "I think so, yes." "Okay. So you went in '87. Which hotel?" "I can't remember." "All right. Who did the Braves play?" Games and schedules are records that can be checked.
Well, gee, I'm not sure, you know. Maybe it was the Cubs.
Jake said, "We can check on that. What was the date?"
Oh, I'm terrible with dates.
Okay. In '86, did y'all make it to Atlanta for a game or two?
I think so, yes.
Which hotel?
Maybe the Hilton. Not sure.
Who'd the Braves play?
Well, let's see. I can't be sure, but I know we saw them play the Phillies one year.
In '86, who played third base for the Phillies? Herschel swallowed hard and looked straight ahead, as if staring at headlights. His elbows were twitching, and he kept glancing at the jurors. His lying had caught up with him. Lanier's fictional masterpiece had holes in it. Finally, don't know. You don't recall Mike Schmidt, the greatest third baseman in the game? He's still there and on his way to the Hall of Fame. Sorry, no. Who played center field for the Braves? Another painful pause. It was obvious Herschel didn't have a clue. Ever hear of Dale Murphy? Sure, that's him, Dale Murphy. For the moment, Herschel gave every indication of being a liar, or at least a great embellisher. Jake could poke and prod around the rest of his testimony, but there was no guarantee he could score again. Instinctively, he decided to sit down. Ramona was next, and she was crying not long after she was sworn in. She still couldn't believe her beloved daddy had been so lost and distraught that he took his own life. With time, though, Lanier settled her down, and they plowed through their scripted testimony. She had always been Daddy's girl, and she just couldn't get enough of the old guy. He adored her and her children and came to visit them often down in Jackson. Once again, Jake grudgingly admired Wade Lanier. He had prepared Ramona well for her deposition back in December and taught her the art of sandbagging. He knew that at trial, there was no way Jake could rebut her testimony. So offer a few crumbs during the deposition, just enough to vaguely answer the questions, then load up the fiction for the jury. Her testimony was a dramatic blend of emotion, bad acting, lying, and exaggerating. Jake began stealing glances at the jury to see if anyone was suspicious. As she bawled again, Tracy McMillan, number 2, met Jake's look and frowned as if to say, "Can you believe this?" At least that was Jake's reading. He could be wrong. His instincts had been rattled, and he didn't fully trust them. Tracy was his favorite juror. Their eyes had been meeting for 2 days now, and things had been elevated almost to the point of flirting. It wasn't the first time Jake had used his good looks to win over a juror, nor would it be the last. Another glance over, and he caught Frank Doley shooting one of his patented, "I can't wait to burn you" looks. Wade Lanier wasn't perfect. He kept her on direct far too long and began to lose people. Her voice was grating, and her crying was a tired old act. Those watching suffered along with her, and when Lanier finally said, "I tender the witness," Judge Atlee quickly tapped the gavel and said, "Let's recess for 15 minutes. The jurors left, and the courtroom cleared out. Jake stayed at his table, as did Letty. It was time to acknowledge each other. Portia moved her chair closer, so the three of them could speak softly in a small huddle. Letty began with,
Jake, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Her eyes were instantly wet. Why didn't you tell me, Letty? If I had known about the Pickerings, I could have been prepared.
It didn't happen that way at all, Jake. I swear I never discussed no will with Miss Irene. Never. Not before she wrote it, not after. I didn't even know about it until I came to work that morning, and all hell broke loose. I swear, Jake, you gotta let me explain this to the jury. I can do it. I can make them believe me.
It's not that simple. We'll talk about it later.
We need to talk, Jake. Herschel and Ramona are lying through their teeth. Can't you make them stop?
I don't think the jury is buying much of this. Portia said, they don't like Ramona. I can understand that. I need to run to the restroom. Any word from Lucian?
No. I checked the phone messages during lunch. Some lawyers, some reporters, and one death threat.
A what?
Some dude said they're going to burn your house again if you win all that money for them niggers.
How nice. I sort of like it. It brings back fond memories of the Haley trial.
I saved it. You want me to tell Ozzie?
Sure. Harry Rex caught Jake outside the restroom and said,
Spoke with Chilcott. No deal. No interest in talking settlement. In fact, he almost laughed in my face. Said they have another surprise or two.
What? Jake asked in a panic.
Well, of course he wouldn't tell me. That would ruin the ambush, right?
I can't take another ambush, Harry Rex.
Just keep you cool. You're doing fine. I don't think Herschel and Ramona impressed too many jurors.
Should I go after her?
No, take it easy. If you pin her down, she'll just start crying again. The jury's sick of her.
5 minutes later, Jake walked to the podium and said, Now, Mrs. Defoe, your father died on October 2nd of last year, correct?
Yes.
Before he died, when was the last time you saw him?
I didn't keep notes, Mr. Brigance. He was my daddy.
Isn't it true that you last saw him in late July, over 2 months before he died?
No, that's not true at all. I saw him all the time.
The last time, Mrs. Defoe, when was the last time?
Again, I didn't keep up with the dates. Probably a couple of weeks before he died.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, I'm not positive. Do you make a note every time you visit your parents?
I'm not the witness, Mrs. Defoe. I'm the lawyer who's asking the questions. Are you sure you saw your father a couple of weeks before he died?
Well, I can't be positive.
Thank you. Now, what about the children? Will and Leanne? When was the last time they saw their grandfather before he died?
Oh, heavens, Mr. Brigance, I have no idea.
But you testified they saw him all the time, right?
Of course, yes. They love their granddaddy.
Did he love them?
He adored them.
Jake smiled and walked to the small table where the exhibits were kept. He picked up 2 sheets of paper and looked at Ramona. This is the will your father wrote the day before he died. It's in evidence, and the jury has already seen it. In paragraph 6, your father writes, and I quote, I have 2 children, Herschel Hubbard and Ramona Hubbard Defoe. And they have children, though I don't know how many because I haven't seen them in some time. End quote. Jake placed the will back on the table and asked, By the way, how old is Will?
14,
And how old is Leanne?
12.
So it's been 12 years since you had a child.
Yes, that's very true.
And your own father didn't know if you'd had any more kids?
You can't believe that, Will, Mr. Brigance. My daddy wasn't in his right mind when he wrote that.
I guess that's up to the jury. No further questions. Jake sat down and got a note from Quince Lundy that read, Brilliant. You killed her. At that moment in the trial, in his career, in his life for that matter, Jake needed a boost. He leaned over and whispered, Thank you. Wade Lanier stood and said, Your Honor, the contestants call Mr. Ian Defoe, husband of Ramona Hubbard. Ian slinked to the stand, no doubt primed and ready to fabricate another trip down memory lane. Halfway through his testimony, Quince Lundy slipped over another note. It read, These people are trying way too hard to convince the jury. Don't think it's working. Jake nodded as he looked for an opening, a stray word that he might seize and turn against the witness. In the wake of his wife's over-the-top drama, Ian came across as harmlessly dull. He gave many of the same answers, but without the emotion. Through sources and back channels, Jake, Harry Rex, and Lucian had picked up some dirt on Ian. His marriage had been on the rocks for some time. He preferred to stay away from home and blamed his absences on business. He ran the women hard. His wife drank too much, and some of his deals were in trouble. On cross, Jake's first question was, "You say you're a commercial real estate developer, right?" "That's correct." "Do you own all or part of a company called KLD Biloxi Group?" "I do." "And is that company attempting to renovate the Gulf Coast Mall in Biloxi, Mississippi?" "It is." "Would you say that company is financially sound?" "Depends on how you define financially sound." "Okay, let's define it like this. 2 months ago, was your company, KLD Biloxi Group, sued by the First Gulf Bank for the non-payment of a $2 million line of credit?" Jake was holding and waving some papers clipped together. He had the proof. "Yes, but there's a lot more to the story." "I didn't ask for more. Was your company also sued last month by a New Orleans bank known as Picayune Trust for $2.6 million? Ian took a deep breath and finally said, "Yes, but these cases are still pending and we countersued." "Thank you. Nothing further." Ian stepped down at 4:45, and for a moment Judge Atlee considered recessing until Thursday morning. Wade Lanier offered to help by saying, "Judge, we can put on a witness that won't take long." If Jake had an inkling of what was coming, he would have stalled some more with Ian, burned some clock, and dodged another ambush, at least until the next day. As it turned out, however, the jury left for the night with an even lower opinion of Seth Hubbard and his proclivities. Lanier said, "We call Julina Kidd." Jake immediately recognized the name as one of the 45 Lanier had dumped on his desk 2 weeks earlier. Jake had tried twice to phone her, but got nowhere. She was fetched from a witness room and led to the witness stand by a bailiff. Per Wade Lanier's rather clear and firm instructions, she wore a cheap blue dress that was similar to what Letty had on. Nothing tight, nothing sexy, nothing to show off a figure that usually commanded a second look. No jewelry, nothing fancy. She tried her best to look plain, though that would have been impossible. The message was subtle. If Seth would chase this attractive black woman, then he would also chase Letty. She took the stand and smiled nervously at the jury. Lanier walked her through some preliminaries, then got right to the point. He handed her some paperwork and asked, "Can you please identify this?" She took a quick look and said,
Yes, this is a claim for sexual harassment I filed against Seth Hubbard about 5 years ago.
Jake was on his feet, practically yelling, "Objection, Your Honor. Unless counsel can explain to us why this is relevant, it should not be admitted." Lanier was standing too, ready to rumble. "Oh, it's very relevant, Your Honor," he said loudly. Judge Atlee raised both hands and said, "Silence." He glanced at his watch, looked at the jurors, paused for a second, and said, "Let's keep everyone right here and take a 5-minute break. Counsel, meet me in chambers." They hurriedly marched back into his chambers. Jake was bitter enough to throw a punch, and Lanier seemed willing to mix it up. When Lester Chilcott closed the door, Judge Atlee said, "What's her testimony?" Lanier said, "She worked for one of Seth Hubbard's companies in South Georgia. They met there. He came on strong, forced her to have sex, then fired her when she decided she didn't want any more. They reached an out-of-court settlement on the harassment suit." "And this was 5 years ago?" Jake asked. "It was." "How is it relevant to our issues today?" Judge Atlee asked. "Oh, it's very relevant, Your Honor," Lanier said casually and with the benefit of months of preparation. Jake was thoroughly blindsided and almost too angry to think. Lanier continued, "It goes to the issue of undue influence. Ms. Kidd was an employee, as was Ms. Lang. Seth had a propensity
to seduce women who worked for him, regardless of color. This weakness led him to make decisions that were not financially sound. Jake: bullshit. First, Judge, she should not be allowed to testify because she was not listed as a witness until 2 weeks ago, in clear violation of the rules. Second, what Seth did 5 years ago has nothing to do with his testamentary capacity last October. And obviously, there is not one shred of proof that he was intimate with Letty Lang. I don't care how many women, black or white, he was screwing 5 years ago. Lanier said, "We think it's probative." Jake said, "Bullshit. Everything's probative." "Your language, Jake," Judge Atlee warned. "Sorry." Judge Atlee held up a hand, and all was quiet. He lit a pipe, exhaled mightily, paced to the window and back, then said, "I like your point, Wade. Both women were his employees. I'll allow the testimony." Jake said, "Who needs a rule book?" "See me after court today, Jake," Judge Atlee said sternly, then blew some more smoke. He laid down his pipe and said, "Let's carry on." The lawyers reassembled in the courtroom. Portia leaned forward and whispered to Jake, "What happened?" "The judge has lost his mind, that's all." Julina told her story to a breathless crowd. Her sudden promotion, the new passport, the trip to Mexico City with the boss, the luxury hotel with adjoining rooms, then the sex and the guilt. Back home, he fired her immediately and had her escorted out of the building. She sued, and Seth quickly settled out of court. The testimony was not relevant to the will contest. It was scandalous and certainly memorable, but as Jake listened to it, he became convinced Judge Atlee had blundered badly. The trial was lost, but the appeal was looking stronger by the hour. Jake would have a grand time exposing Wade Lanier's trickery to the Supreme Court of Mississippi. He would take great satisfaction in finally getting Reuben v. Atlee reversed. Jake admitted to himself that it was a lost cause if he was already thinking about the appeal. He quizzed Julina Kidd for a few minutes, just long enough to extract the admission that she was being paid to testify. She would not say how much. Lanier had obviously talked to her in time. "So, you swapped sex for money, and now it's testimony for money, right, Ms. Kidd?" he asked. It was a harsh question, and as soon as he uttered it, he wished he could take it back. She was only telling the truth. She shrugged, but didn't respond. Perhaps the classiest answer of the day. At 5:30, Judge Atlee adjourned until Thursday morning. Jake stayed in the courtroom until long after everyone had left. He chatted quietly with Portia and Letty and tried in vain to assure them things were not as bad as they really were. It was a hopeless exercise. He finally left as Mr. Pate was turning off the lights. He did not stop by Judge Atlee's office as directed. Instead, he went home. He needed some quiet time with the two people he loved the most, the two who would always think of him as the greatest lawyer in the world.
Chapter 45. The flight to Seattle was overbooked. Lucian got the last seat on one to San Francisco, where he would have 20 minutes to catch a nonstop to Chicago. If all went well, he would land in Memphis just after midnight. Nothing went well. He missed the connection in San Francisco, and while berating a ticket agent, almost got himself handcuffed by a security guard. To get him out of the airport, they put him on a shuttle to L.A. with the promise he'd get a better connection to Dallas. En route to L.A., he drank 3 double bourbons on ice and had the flight attendants glancing at each other. Upon landing, he went straight to a bar and continued drinking. He called Jake's office 4 times, but got only the recording. He called Harry Rex's 3 times, but was told the lawyer was in court. When the nonstop to Dallas was canceled at 7:30, he cursed another ticket agent and threatened to sue American Airlines. To get him out of the airport, they put him on a 4-hour flight to Atlanta, first class, with free drinks. Tully Still drove a forklift for a freight company in the industrial park north of town. He was working the night shift and easy to find. At 8:30 Wednesday night, Ozzie Walls gave him the nod, and they walked outside into the darkness. Still lit a cigarette. The two were not related, but their mothers had been best friends since elementary school. Tully's wife, Michelle, was juror number 3. Front row, dead center, Jake's prize. "How bad is it?" Ozzie asked.
Pretty bad. What happened? Things were rocking along fine, then the case blows up.
Couple of witnesses came out of nowhere. What are they saying in there?
Ozzie, even Michelle's got doubts about Letty Lang. The woman looks bad, man. Sneaking around, getting old white folks to change their wills. Michelle and the Gaston woman will stick with her, don't worry. But that means they got 2 votes. And the whites on the jury ain't bad people, maybe a couple, but most were going with Letty until this morning. It's not all black against white in there.
So there's a lot of talk.
Didn't say that. I think there's a lot of whispering. Ain't that pretty normal? You can't expect folks not to say a word until the end.
I suppose.
What's Jake gonna do?
I'm not sure he can do anything. He says he's called his best witnesses.
Looks like he got blindsided, like those Jackson lawyers got the best of him.
We'll see. Maybe it's not over.
Looks bad.
Keep a lid on it.
Don't worry.
They were not celebrating with champagne at the Sullivan firm, though fine wine was being poured. Walter Sullivan, the retired partner who founded the firm 45 years earlier, was a connoisseur who had recently discovered fine Italian Barolos. After a light working dinner in the conference room, he pulled some corks, brought in some fine crystal goblets, and a tasting came to life. The mood was nothing short of triumphant. Myron Pankey had watched 1,000 juries and had never seen one flip so quickly and so thoroughly. "You own them, Wade," he said. Lanier was being revered as a courtroom magician, able to pull rabbits out of hats in spite of the rules of evidence. "Give the judge the credit," he said modestly, and more than once.
He just wants a fair trial. Trials are not about fairness, Wade, Mr. Sullivan chided. Trials are about winning.
Lanier and Chilcott could almost smell the money. 80% of the gross estate for their clients, less taxes and so forth, and their little 10-man litigation firm would net a fee in excess of $2 million. It could arrive quickly. After the handwritten will was declared void, they would move on to the prior will. The bulk of the money was in cash. A lengthy probate might be avoided. Herschel was in Memphis, commuting to the trial with his 2 children. The Defoe family was staying in the guest house of a friend near the country club. All were in fine spirits and eager to get the money and get on with their lives. After he finished his wine, Wade would call them and receive their accolades. An hour after he spoke to Tully Still, Ozzie was leaning on the hood of his patrol car in front of Jake's house, smoking a cigar with his favorite lawyer. Ozzie was saying,
Tully says it's 10 to 2.
Jake puffed and said, no real surprise there.
Well, it looks like it's time to fold up your chair and go home, Jake. This little party's over. Get something for Letty and get the hell out. She don't need much. Settle this damn thing before it goes to the jury.
We're trying, Ozzie, okay? Harry Rex approached Lanier's guys twice this afternoon. They laughed at him. You can't settle a case when the other side is laughing at you. I'd take $1 million right now.
$1 million? How many black folk around here got $1 million, Jake? You thinking too much like a white man. Get $500,000. Get a quarter. Hell, get something.
We'll try again tomorrow. I'll see how the morning goes, then approach Wade Lanier during lunch. He knows the score, and he obviously knows how to play the game. He's been in my shoes before. I think I can talk to him.
Talk fast, Jake, and get out of this damn trial. You want no part of this jury. This ain't nothing like Haley.
No, it's not. Jake thanked him and went inside. Carla was already in bed reading and worrying about her husband. What was that all about? She asked as he undressed. Just Ozzie. He's concerned about the trial. Why is Ozzie out roaming around at this hour? You know Ozzie. He never sleeps. Jake fell across the end of the bed and rubbed her legs under the sheets. Neither do you. Can I ask you something? Here you are in the middle of another big trial. You haven't slept 4 hours in the past week, and when you are asleep, you fidget and have nightmares. You're not eating well. You're losing weight. You're preoccupied, off in la-la land half the time. You're stressed out, jumpy, testy, sometimes even nauseous. You'll wake up in the morning with a knot in your stomach. The question, why in the world do you want to be a trial lawyer? This might not be the best time to ask that question. No, it's the perfect time. How many jury trials have you had in the last 10 years? 31. And you've lost sleep and weight during each one, right? I don't think so. Most are not quite this significant, Carla. This is exceptional. My point is that trial work is so stressful. Why do you want to do it? Because I love it.
It's what being a lawyer is all about. Being in the courtroom in front of a jury is like being in the arena or on the field. The competition is fierce. The stakes are high. The gamesmanship is intense. There will be a winner and a loser. There is a rush of adrenaline each time the jury is led in and seated. A lot of ego. A ton. You'll never meet a successful trial lawyer without an ego. It's a requirement. You gotta have the ego to want the work. You should do well then. Okay, I admit I have the ego, but it might get crushed this week. It might need soothing. Now or later? Now. It's been 8 days. Lock the door. Lucian blacked out somewhere over Mississippi at 35,000 feet. When the plane landed in Atlanta, the flight attendants helped him off. 2 guards put him in a wheelchair and rolled him to the gate for the flight to Memphis. They passed several airport lounges, all of which he noticed. When the guards parked him, he thanked them, then got up and staggered to the nearest bar and ordered a beer. He was cutting back, being responsible. He slept from Atlanta to Memphis, landing there at 7:10 a.m. They dragged him off the plane, called security, and security called the police. Portia took the call at the office. Jake was upstairs frantically reviewing witness statements when she buzzed through with, "Jake, it's a collect call from Lucian." "Where is he?" "Don't know, but he sounds awful." "Take the call and put him through." Seconds later, Jake picked up the receiver and said, "Lucian, where are you?" With great effort, he was able to convey the message that he was in the Memphis City jail and needed Jake to come get him. He was thick-tongued, erratic, obviously bombed. Sadly, Jake had heard it all before. He was suddenly angry and unsympathetic. "They won't let me talk," Lucian mumbled, barely intelligible. Then he seemed to be growling at someone in the background. Jake could visualize it perfectly. He said, "Lucian, we're leaving in 5 minutes for the courtroom. I'm sorry." But he wasn't sorry at all. Let him rot in jail. "I gotta get there, Jake. It's important," he said. His words slurred so badly that he repeated himself 3 times. "What's important?" "I got deposition. Ansels. Ansel Hubbard. Deposition. It's important, Jake." Jake and Portia hurried across the street and entered the courthouse through the rear doors. Ozzie was in the hallway on the first floor talking to a janitor. "Got a minute?" Jake asked with a look that was dead serious. 10 minutes later, Ozzie and Marshal Prather left town in a sprint to Memphis. "Missed you yesterday," Judge Atlee said when Jake entered his chambers. The lawyers were gathering for the morning's pregame briefing. "Sorry, Judge, but I got tied up with trial details," Jake replied. "I'm sure you did. Gentlemen, any preliminary matters this morning?" The lawyers for the contestants smiled grimly and shook their heads. No. Jake said, "Well, yes, Your Honor, there is one matter. We have located Ansel Hubbard in Juneau, Alaska. He is alive and well and unable to rush down here for the trial. He is an interested party to these proceedings and should be included. Therefore, I move for a mistrial and suggest we start over when Ansel can be here." "Motion denied," Judge Atlee said without hesitation. "He would be of no assistance in determining the validity of this will." "How did you find him?" "It's quite a long story, Your Honor." "Save it for later. Anything else?" "Not from me." "Are your next witnesses ready, Mr. Lanier?" "They are." "Then let's proceed." With the jurors so deeply in his pocket, the last thing Wade Lanier wanted to do was to bore them. He had made the decision to streamline his case and get to the jury as soon as possible. He and Lester Chilcott had mapped out the rest of the trial. They would spend Thursday calling their remaining witnesses. If Jake had anything left, he would then be permitted to call rebuttal witnesses. Both lawyers would deliver their closing arguments mid-morning on Friday, and the jurors would get the case just after lunch. With the weekend looming, and with their minds already made up, they should finish and deliver a verdict long before the courthouse closed at 5. Wade and Lester would be in Jackson in time for a late dinner with their wives. As seasoned lawyers, they should have known better than to plan the rest of the trial. Their first witness Thursday morning was a retired oncologist from Jackson, a Dr. Swaney. For decades, he had worked as a practicing physician while teaching at the medical school. His resume was impeccable, as were his manners, and he spoke with a deep backcountry drawl that carried no pretensions. He was thoroughly credible and believable. Using as few medical terms as possible, Dr. Swaney explained to the jury the type of cancer that was killing Seth Hubbard, with emphasis on the tumors that metastasized to his spinal cord and ribs. He described the intense pain involved with such tumors. He had treated hundreds of patients with a similar condition, and it created some of the worst pain imaginable. Demerol was certainly one of the most effective drugs available. An oral dosage of 100 milligrams every 3 to 4 hours was not uncommon and would alleviate some of the pain. It usually rendered the patient drowsy, sluggish, dizzy, often nauseous, and unable to carry out many routine functions. Driving was certainly out of the question, and obviously important decisions should never be made while under the influence of that much Demerol. As a younger lawyer, Jake had learned the futility of arguing with a true expert. A bogus expert often provided the opportunity for some real carnage before the jury, but not so with witnesses like Dr. Swaney. On cross, Jake made it clear that Seth Hubbard's own treating physician, Dr. Talbert, was not certain how much Demerol Seth was taking in the days before his death. The witness agreed it was all speculation, but politely reminded Jake that patients rarely buy more of an expensive drug if they're not using it. The next expert was another medical doctor, a Dr. Niehoff from the medical school at UCLA. Small-town juries are easily impressed with experts who travel great distances to spend time with them, and no one knew this better than Wade Lanier. An expert from Tupelo would have their attention, while one from Memphis would be even more believable. But bring in the same guy from California, and the jury would hang on every word. For $10,000 of Wade Lanier's money, plus expenses, Dr. Niehoff explained to the jury that he had spent the last 25 years researching and treating pain in cancer victims. He was well acquainted with the tumors under discussion and did a thorough job of describing their effects on the body. He had seen patients cry and scream for prolonged periods of time, turn deathly pale, vomit uncontrollably, beg for medications, pass out, and even beg for death. Thoughts of suicide were quite common. Actual suicide was not rare. Demerol was one of the more popular and effective treatments. Here Dr. Niehoff ventured off script when he lapsed into a bit of technical jargon, as happened so often when experts couldn't resist the temptation to impress their listeners. He referred to the drug as meperidine hydrochloride, said it was a narcotic analgesic and opiate pain reliever. Lanier stopped him and brought his vocabulary back in line. Dr. Niehoff told the jury that Demerol was a powerful pain reliever and highly addictive. He had worked with the drug for his entire career and had written numerous articles about it. Doctors prefer to dispense it in the hospital or in their clinics. However, in a case like Seth Hubbard's, it was not unusual to allow the patient to take it orally at home. The drug was easy to abuse, especially for a person in severe pain like Seth. Jake rose and said, "Objection, Your Honor. There is not a shred of evidence that Seth Hubbard abused this drug." "Sustained. Stick with the facts, Doctor." Jake sat down, relieved to have finally received a favorable ruling on something. Dr. Niehoff was an excellent witness. His descriptions of the tumors, the pain, and the Demerol were detailed, and after 45 minutes on the stand, it was easy to believe Seth was suffering greatly, and his pain was relieved only by massive doses of Demerol, a drug that practically knocked him out. In his expert opinion, Seth Hubbard's judgment was so adversely affected by the daily dosages and cumulative effects of the drug that he could not have been thinking clearly in his final days. On cross, Jake lost even more ground. When he tried to make the point that Dr. Niehoff had no idea how much of the drug Seth was taking, the expert guaranteed Jake that anyone suffering like Seth would be desperate for Demerol. If he had access to a prescription, then he was taking the pills, Mr. Brigance. After a few more pointless questions, Jake sat down. The two doctors had accomplished precisely what Wade Lanier had intended. At that moment, in the minds of the jurors and practically everyone else in the courtroom, Seth had been disoriented, dizzy, drowsy, lightheaded, and unable to drive, so he asked Letty to do it. In summary, he lacked testamentary capacity. After a 10-minute recess, Lanier continued when he called Louis McGuire as a witness. Because the Rush firm had made such an ungraceful exit from the case and was thus cut out of the fees, McGuire at first refused to testify. So Wade Lanier did the unthinkable. He subpoenaed another lawyer. In short order, Lanier established that McGuire had prepared a thick will for Seth in September 1987. That will was admitted into evidence, and McGuire stepped down. As much as he wanted to hang around and watch the trial, his pride wouldn't allow it. He and Stillman Rush hurried from the courtroom. Duff McLennan took the stand, took the oath, and proceeded to explain to the jury that he was a tax lawyer with a 300-man firm in Atlanta. For the past 30 years, he had specialized in estate planning. He drafted wills, thick ones, for wealthy people who wanted to avoid as much of the death taxes as possible. He had reviewed the inventory of assets filed by Quince Lundy, and he had reviewed the handwritten will signed by Seth Hubbard. Lanier then flashed onto a large screen a series of calculations, and McLennan launched into a windy explanation of how federal and state death taxes gobbled up the unprotected estate. He apologized for the intricacies, the contradictions, the mind-numbing banalities of our dear tax code, and apologized for its complexities. Twice he said, "I didn't write this, Congress did." Lanier knew perfectly well that the jury would be bored, if not repulsed, by this testimony, so he labored diligently to skip along, hitting the high points and leaving much of the code in the dust. Jake was not about to object and prolong this agony. The jurors were already antsy. When McLennan mercifully got to the bottom line, he said, "In my opinion, the total tax bill, state and federal, will be 51%. On the screen in bold letters, Lanier wrote, $12,240,000 in taxes. But the fun was just starting. McLennan had analyzed the will prepared by Louis McGuire. It was primarily a collection of related and complicated trusts that gave $1 million outright to Herschel and Ramona each, then tied up the remainder for many years while doling it out to the family. He and Lanier had no choice but to discuss it in detail. Jake watched the jurors as they began to nod off. Even McLennan's light version of what the will was intended to do was dense and at times comically impenetrable. Lanier, though, was on a mission. He plowed ahead and began running the numbers on the big screen. The bottom line was that the tax bill under the 1987 will would be, in McLennan's expert opinion, only $9,100,000, state and federal, give or take a few bucks. The difference of $3,140,000 was printed in bold numbers on the screen. The point was well made. Seth's hastily written holographic will cost his estate a lot of money. More proof he was not thinking clearly. Jake had learned to avoid the IRS code in law school, and for the past 10 years had readily stiff-armed any potential client looking for tax advice. He had none to offer because he knew so little about that area of the law. When Lanier tendered the witness, Jake passed. He knew the jurors were bored and ready for lunch. "We'll be in recess until 1:30, Judge Atlee said. "Mr. Brigance?" Jake planned to grab Wade Lanier and ask if he had 5 minutes to chat, but his plans were suddenly changed. He met Judge Atlee in his office down the hall. After His Honor removed his robe and lit his pipe, he sat down, stared at Jake, and calmly said, "You're not pleased with my rulings." Jake snorted and said, "No, I am not. You've allowed Wade Lanier to hijack this trial with a couple of dirty tricks, a couple of surprise witnesses that I had no chance to prepare for. But your client lied. She's not my client. The estate is my client. But yes, Letty was not truthful. She was caught off guard, Judge, ambushed. In her deposition, she clearly stated she could not remember all the white families she had worked for. The Pickering episode was so unpleasant, I'm sure she tried to forget it. And the most important aspect of that little story is that Letty never knew about the handwritten will. I could have prepared her, Judge. That's my point. I could have softened the impact. You, though, allowed an ambush, and the trial flipped in a matter of seconds." Jake glared at the old man as he spoke, though he was well aware that Reuben V. Atlee was not one to be reprimanded. But this time, the judge was wrong, and Jake was angry at the injustice. He had nothing to lose at this point, so why not lay it all on the table? The judge puffed and seemed to eat the smoke. Then it drifted out. "I disagree. Regardless, though, I expect you to maintain your dignity. Lawyers do not curse in my chambers." "My apologies. I sometimes curse in the heat of the battle. Doubt if I'm the only one. I'm not sure the jury has flipped, as you say." Jake hesitated. He almost reminded the judge that he knew almost nothing about juries. He so rarely saw them, which was part of the problem. In Chancery Court, he ruled supreme as judge and jury, and had the luxury of admitting all evidence. He could sift through it, separate the good from the bad, and issue a ruling he deemed fair. Jake was not about to argue. Instead, he said, "Judge, I have a lot of work to do." Judge Atlee waved at the door, and Jake left. Harry Rex caught him as he was leaving the courthouse and said, "Ozzie called the office, said they're still at the jail in Memphis and trying to get him out. Right now, they can't get a bond set." Jake frowned and said, "A bond? For what?" "He's charged with public drunkenness and resisting arrest." "It's Memphis. They throw in the resisting charge every time they haul someone in." "I thought Ozzie had contacts there." "I guess he's looking for them. I told you it was a mistake to send that drunk to Alaska." "Is this really helpful right now?" "No." "What are you doing for lunch?" "I'm not hungry." "Let's get a beer." "No, Harry Rex. Some juries get offended when the lawyer reeks of alcohol." "You're not still worried about this jury, are you?" "Knock it off, would you?" "I gotta go to court in Smithfield this afternoon. Good luck. I'll check in later." "Thanks." As Jake crossed the street to his office, he realized that Harry Rex had not missed a word in the courtroom since Monday morning. Dwayne Squire was the vice president of Bering Lumber Company. On the Thursday before the suicide, he and Seth had engaged in a disagreement over a large shipment of heart pine to a flooring company in Texas. Squire had negotiated the deal and was surprised to learn that his boss then called the company and negotiated another deal at a lower price. Back and forth they went throughout that Thursday morning. Both men were upset, both convinced they were right. But at some point, Squire realized that Seth was not himself. Arlene Trotter was out of the office and missed the conflict. At one point, Squire entered Seth's office and found him with his head in his hands, claiming to be dizzy and nauseous. They spoke later, and Seth had forgotten the details of the contract. He claimed Squire had negotiated a price that was too low, and they argued again. By the time Seth left around 3 p.m., the deal was done, and Bering would eventually lose about $10,000. To Squire's recollection, it was the largest loss on any customer contract Seth was ever involved in. He described his boss as being disoriented and erratic. The following morning, he sold the timberland in South Carolina for a substantial loss. Jake was well aware that Wade Lanier was pushing hard now and trying to get the case to the jury before the weekend. Jake needed to stall. So on cross-examination, he pulled out the Bering financials and walked Squire through them. 1988 was the most profitable year of the last 5, though revenues dipped in the last quarter after Seth's death. As the jurors faded away, Jake and Squire talked about the company's performance, its contracts, strategies, costs, labor problems, plant depreciation. Twice His Honor said, "Move along, Mr. Brigance." But he didn't push too hard. Mr. Brigance was already unhappy with him. After Dwayne Squire, Lanier called to the stand a Mr. Dewberry, a land broker who specialized in farms and hunting clubs. He told the story of dealing with Seth in the days before he died. Seth had been interested in buying 500 acres in Tyler County for a hunting club. He and Dewberry had been looking at land for the past 5 years, but Seth would never pull the trigger. He finally paid for a 1-year option on the 500 acres, then got sick and lost interest. As the option was about to expire, he called Dewberry several times. Dewberry did not know Seth was dying, nor did he have any idea he was on painkillers. One day, Seth wanted to exercise the option. The next day, he did not. Several times, he could not remember the price per acre, and on one occasion, forgot who he was talking to on the phone. His behavior became more and more erratic. On cross, Jake managed to stall even more. By late Thursday afternoon, the trial had ground to a near halt, and Judge Atlee adjourned early. Chapter 46. After butting heads with the Memphis bureaucracy, Ozzie was about to quit when he remembered something he should have thought of sooner. He phoned Booker Sistrunk, whose office was 4 blocks from the city jail. After a rough beginning, the two had kept in touch, and over the months had visited on 2 occasions when Ozzie was in Memphis. Booker had not been back to Clanton and wasn't keen to return. Both realized that 2 black men living 60 minutes apart and with some measure of power in a white world should find common ground. They should be friends. Of particular interest to Booker was the fact that he still had $55,000 on loan to the Langs, and he wanted to protect his money. The Memphis police loathed Booker's sistrunk, but they were also afraid of him. 15 minutes after he arrived in his black robes, paperwork was hopping from one desk to another, with Lucian Wilbanks a high priority. He walked out 30 minutes after Booker walked in. "We need to go to the airport," Lucian said. Ozzie thanked Booker and promised to catch up later. As the story unfolded, Lucian had left his briefcase on the airplane. He thought it was under the seat, but it could have been in the overhead compartments. Regardless, the flight attendants were idiots for not finding it. They were much too concerned with dragging him off the airplane. Ozzie and Prather listened and fumed as they raced to the airport. Lucian looked and smelled like a Skid Row bum they had picked up for vagrancy. Americans Lost and Found had no record of a briefcase being turned in on the flight from Atlanta. Reluctantly, the lone clerk began the task of trying to find it. Lucian found an airport lounge and ordered a pint of ale. Ozzie and Prather had a bad buffet lunch on a busy concourse not far from the lounge. They were trying to keep an eye on their passenger. They called Jake's office, but there was no answer. It was almost 3 p.m., and he was obviously tied up in court. The briefcase was located in Minneapolis. Because Ozzie and Prather were law enforcement officers, American was by then treating the briefcase as if it were valuable evidence and crucial to an important investigation, when in reality, it was a battered old leather bag with a few notepads, some magazines, some cheap soap and matches taken from the Glacier Inn in Juneau, and 1 video cassette tape. After a lot of uncertainty and haggling, a plan was put into place to route it back to Memphis as soon as possible. If all went well, it would arrive around midnight. Ozzie thanked the clerk and went to find Lucian. As they were leaving the airport, Lucian came to life and said, "Say, my car is here. I'll just meet you guys in Clanton." Ozzie said, "No, Lucian, you're drunk. You cannot drive." Lucian angrily replied, "Ozzie, we're in Memphis, and you got no jurisdiction here. Kiss my ass. I'll do any damn thing I want to do." Ozzie threw up his hands and walked away with Prather. They tried to follow Lucian as they left Memphis at rush hour, but couldn't keep up with the dirty little Porsche as he weaved dangerously through heavy traffic. They drove on to Clanton, to Jake's office, and arrived there just before 7. Jake was waiting for the debriefing. The only slightly good news in an otherwise dreadful and frustrating day was Lucian's arrest for public drunkenness and resisting arrest. It would kill any talk of a possible reinstatement to the practice of law. But at the moment, that was small satisfaction, something Jake could not even mention. Other than that, things were as grim as they could possibly be. 2 hours later, Jake drove to Lucian's house. As he pulled into the driveway, he noticed the Porsche wasn't there. He spoke briefly to Sally on the front porch, and she promised to call as soon as he came home. Miraculously, Lucian's briefcase arrived in Memphis at midnight. Deputy Willie Hastings picked it up and drove to Clanton. At 7:30 Friday morning, Jake, Harry Rex, and Ozzie gathered in the conference room downstairs and locked the door. Jake inserted the cassette into his video recorder and turned down the lights. The words Juneau, Alaska, April 5th, 1989, appeared on the television screen, then disappeared after a few seconds. Jared Wolkowitz introduced himself and explained what they were doing. Lucian introduced himself and said that this was a deposition and he would be asking the questions. He looked clear-eyed, sober. He introduced Ansel F. Hubbard, who was sworn in by the court reporter. Small, frail, his head as slick as a white onion. He was wearing Lucian's black suit and white shirt, both several sizes too big. There was a bandage on the back of his head, and a strip of the adhesive tape holding it was barely visible above his right ear. He swallowed hard, looked at the camera as if in terror, then said, "My name is Ansel F. Hubbard. I live in Juneau, Alaska, but I was born in Ford County, Mississippi, on August 1st, 1922. My father was Cleon Hubbard, my mother Sarah Bell, my brother Seth. Seth was 5 years older than me. I was born on the family farm near Palmyra. I left home when I was 16 and never went back. Never. Never wanted to. Here's my story." When the screen went blank 58 minutes later, the three men sat for a while and stared at it. It was not something they ever wanted to see or hear again. But that would not be the case. Finally, slowly, Jake rose and pushed the eject button. "We'd better go see the judge." "Can you get it admitted?" Ozzie asked. "No way in hell," Harry Rex said. "I can think of 10 different ways to keep it out, and not a single way to get it in." "All we can do is try," Jake said. He raced across the street, his heart pounding, his mind spinning. The other lawyers were milling around the courtroom, happy it was Friday, and eager to get home with a major win under their belts. Jake spoke briefly to Judge Atlee and said it was urgent the lawyers meet in his office down the hall, where there was a television and a VCR. When they were assembled there, around the table, and when His Honor had filled and lit his pipe, Jake explained what he was doing. The deposition was given 2 days ago. Lucian was there and asked some questions. "Didn't know he was a lawyer again," Wade Lanier said. "Hang on," Jake said dismissively. "Let's watch the tape, then we can fight." "How long is it?" asked the judge. "About an hour." Lanier said, "This is a waste of time, Judge. You can't admit this deposition if I wasn't there." and didn't have the chance to examine the witness. This is absurd.
Jake said, "We have time, Your Honor. What's the rush?" Judge Atlee puffed away. He looked at Jake and with a twinkle in his eye said, "Play it." For Jake, the second time through the video was just as gut-grinding as the first. Things he wasn't sure he heard right the first time were confirmed. He glanced repeatedly at Wade Lanier, whose indignation wore off as the story overwhelmed him. By the end, he seemed deflated. All of the lawyers for the contestants had been transformed. Their cockiness had vanished. When Jake removed the tape, Judge Atlee kept staring at the blank screen. He relit his pipe and exhaled a gust of smoke.
"Mr. Lanier?"
"Well, Judge, it's patently inadmissible. I wasn't there. I didn't have the chance to examine or cross-examine the witness. Not really fair, you know." Jake blurted, "So it's in keeping with the spirit of this trial. A surprise witness here, an ambush there. I thought you understood these tricks, Wade." "I'll ignore that. It's not a proper deposition, Judge." Jake said, "But what could you ask him? He's describing events that happened before you were born, and he's the only surviving witness. It would be impossible for you to cross-examine him. You know nothing about what happened." Lanier said, "It's not properly certified by the court reporter. That lawyer in Alaska is not licensed to practice in Mississippi." I could go on and on. "Fine. I'll withdraw it as a deposition and offer it as an affidavit. A statement given by a witness sworn before a notary public. The court reporter was also a notary public." Lanier said, "It has nothing to do with Seth Hubbard's testamentary capacity on October 1st of last year." Jake countered, "Oh, I think it explains everything, Wade. It proves without a doubt that Seth Hubbard knew exactly what he was doing. Come on, Judge. You're letting everything else in for the jury to hear."
"That's enough,"
Judge Atlee said sternly. He closed his eyes and seemed to meditate for a moment. He breathed deeply as his pipe went out. When he opened his eyes, he said,
"Gentlemen, I think the jury should meet Ansel Hubbard."
10 minutes later, court was called to order. The jury was brought in, and the large screen was set up again. Judge Atlee apologized to the jurors for the delay, then explained what was happening. He looked at the contestants' table and said,
"Mr. Lanier, do you have any more witnesses?"
Lanier rose as if crippled by arthritis and said, "No, we rest."
"Mr. Brigance?"
"Your Honor, I would like to recall Ms. Letty Lang for limited purposes. It will just take a moment."
"Very well.
Ms. Lang, please remember that you have already been sworn and are still under oath." Portia leaned forward and whispered,
"Jake, what are you doing?"
"Not now," he whispered. "You'll see." With her last visit to the witness stand still a horrible memory,
Letty settled herself in and tried to appear calm. She refused to look at the jurors. There had been no time to prepare her. She had no idea what was coming. Jake began. Letty, who was your mother? Your biological mother. Letty smiled, nodded, understood, and said,
Her name was Lois Rhines.
And who were her parents?
Sylvester and Esther Rhines.
What do you know about Sylvester Rhines?
He died in 1930, so I never met him. He lived on some land that the Hubbards now own. After he died, Esther signed the land over to Seth Hubbard's father. Sylvester's father was a man named Solomon Rhines, who also owned the land before him.
No further questions, Your Honor. Mr. Lanier. Wade walked to the podium without notes. Ms. Lang, have you ever had a birth certificate?
No, sir.
And your mother died when you were 3 years old, correct?
Correct.
When we took your deposition in December, the week before Christmas, you were not so sure about your ancestry. What makes you so sure now?
I've met some of my kinfolk. A lot of questions have been answered.
And you're certain now?
I know who I am, Mr. Lanier. I'm certain of that.
He sat down, and Judge Atlee addressed the courtroom. At this time, we will watch the videotape deposition of Ansel Hubbard. Let's dim the lights. I want the doors locked and no traffic. This will take about an hour, and there will be no interruptions. The jurors, who had been so relentlessly bored the entire day before, were wide awake and eager to witness this unexpected twist in the case. Many of the spectators shifted to the far right side of the courtroom for a better look at the screen. The lights went low. The movement stopped. Everyone seemed to take a deep breath, and then the tape began to roll. After Jared Wolkowitz and Lucian gave their introductions, Ansel appeared. He said, "This is my story, but I really don't know where to start. I'm living here in Juneau, but it's not really my home. I have no home. The world is my home, and I've seen most of it. I've been in some trouble over the years, but I've also had a lot of fun. Lots of good times. I joined the Navy when I was 17, lied about my age, anything to get away from home. And for 15 years I was stationed all over the place. I fought in the Pacific on the USS Iowa. After the Navy, I lived in Japan, Sri Lanka, Trinidad. So many places I can't recall them all right now. I worked for shipping companies and lived on the oceans. When I wanted a break, I settled down somewhere, always in a different place. Off camera, Lucian said, "Tell us about Seth." Seth was 5 years older, and it was just the two of us. He was my big brother, and he always took care of me as best he could. We had a tough life because of our father, Cleon Hubbard, a man we hated from the day we were born. He beat us, beat our mother. Seemed like he was always fighting with someone. We lived way out in the country, near Palmyra, on the old family farm, in an old country house that my grandfather built. His name was Jonas Hubbard, and his father was Robert Hall Hubbard. Most of our other relatives had moved to Arkansas, so we didn't have a lot of cousins and kinfolks around. Seth and I worked like dogs around the farm, milking cows, chopping cotton, working in the garden, picking cotton. We were expected to work like grown men. It was a tough life, what with the Depression and all. But like they always said, the Depression didn't bother us in the South because we'd already been in one since the war. How much land? Lucian asked. We had 80 acres. It had been in the family for a long time. Most of it was in timber, but there was some farmland my grandfather had cleared. Cotton and beans. And the Rhines family had the adjacent property. That's right. Sylvester Rhines. And there were some other Rhineses there too. In fact, Seth and I played with a bunch of the Rhines kids from time to time. But always when Cleon wasn't looking. Cleon hated Sylvester. Hated all the Rhineses. It was a feud that had been boiling for a long time. You see, Sylvester owned 80 acres too, right next to our land, to the west of it, and the Hubbards always felt as though that land belonged to them. According to Cleon, a man named Jeremiah Rhines took title to the property in 1870 during Reconstruction. Jeremiah had been a slave, then a freed slave, and somehow purchased the land. I was just a kid and never really understood what happened back then. But the Hubbards always felt like it was their rightful land. I think they even went to court over it, but at any rate, it remained in the Rhines family. This infuriated Cleon because he had only 80 acres, but yet these black folks had the same. I remember hearing many times that the Rhineses were the only blacks in the county who owned their own land, and that they had somehow taken it from the Hubbards. Seth and I knew we were supposed to dislike the Rhines kids, but we usually had no one else to play with. We'd sneak off and go fishing and swimming with them. Toby Rhines was my age, and he was my buddy. Cleon caught Seth and me swimming once with the Rhineses and beat us until we couldn't walk. He was a violent man, Cleon. Vengeful, mean, filled with hatred, and with a quick temper. We were terrified of him. Because it was his third viewing that morning, Jake didn't focus as hard. Instead, he watched the jurors. They were frozen, mesmerized, absorbing every word as if in disbelief. Even Frank Doley, Jake's worst juror, was leaning forward with an index finger tapping his lips, thoroughly captivated. "What happened to Sylvester?" Lucian asked. "Oh, yes. That's what you want to hear. The feud got worse when some trees got cut near the property line. Cleon thought they were his trees. Sylvester was sure they were his. Because the boundary line had been disputed for so long, everybody knew exactly where it was. Cleon was ready to blow a gasket. I remember him saying he had put up with their crap for far too long, that it was time to do something. One night, some men came over and drank whiskey behind the barn. Seth and I sneaked out and tried to listen. They were planning something against the Rhines bunch. We couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was obvious a plot was being hatched. Then one Saturday afternoon, we went to town. It was hot, August, I think, 1930, and everybody went to town on Saturday afternoon, blacks and whites. Everybody had to shop and stock up for the week. Palmyra in those days was nothing but a farming village, but on Saturdays, it was packed. The stores and sidewalks were crowded. Seth and I didn't see anything, but later that night, we heard some kids talking about a black man who had said something smart to a white woman, and this had everybody upset. Then we heard that the black man was Sylvester Rhines. We rode home in the back of the truck with my parents in the front, and we knew something was about to happen. You could just tell. When we got home, Cleon ordered us to go to our rooms and not to come out until he said so. Then we heard him arguing with our mother. A bad argument. I think he hit her. We heard him drive away in his truck. We pretended to be asleep, but we were outside in a flash. We saw the taillights of his truck headed west towards Sycamore Row. Where was Sycamore Row? It's not there anymore, but in 1930, it was a small settlement on the Rhines land, near a creek. Just a few old houses scattered around, leftover slave stuff. That's where Sylvester lived. Anyway, Seth and I put a bridle on Daisy, our pony, and took off bareback. Seth had the reins. I was holding on for dear life. But we rode bareback all the time, and we knew what we were doing. When we got close to Sycamore Row, we saw the lights from some trucks. We got off and led Daisy through the woods. Then we tied her to a tree and left her. We went on, closer and closer, until we heard voices. We were on the side of a hill, and looking down, we could see 3 or 4 white men beating a black man with sticks. His shirt was off, and his pants were torn. It was Sylvester Rhines. His wife, Esther, was in front of their house, 50 yards or so away, and she was yelling and crying. She tried to get close, but one of the white men knocked her down. Seth and I got closer and closer until we were at the edge of the trees. We stopped there and watched and listened. Some more men showed up in another truck. They had a rope, and when Sylvester saw the rope, he went crazy. It took 3 or 4 of the white men to hold him down until they could bind his hands and legs. They dragged him over and shoved him up into the back of one of the trucks. "Where was your father?" Lucian asked. Ansel paused, took a deep breath, then rubbed his eyes. He continued. "He was there, sort of off to the side, watching, holding a shotgun. He was definitely part of the gang, but he didn't want to get his hands dirty. There were 4 trucks, and they drove slowly away from the settlement. Not far,
to a row of sycamore trees. Seth and I knew the place well because we had fished in the creek. There were 5 or 6 tall sycamore trees in a perfect row, thus the name. There was an old story about an Indian tribe planting the trees as part of their pagan rituals, but who knows? The truck stopped at the first tree and made a semicircle so there would be enough light. Seth and I had crept along in the woods. I didn't want to watch, and at one point I said, "Seth, let's get out of here." But I didn't move, and neither did he. It was too awful to walk away from. They strung the rope over a thick branch and wrestled the noose around Sylvester's neck. He was twisting, yelling, begging. "I ain't said nothing, Mr. Burt. I ain't said nothing. Please, Mr. Burt, you know I ain't said nothing." A couple of them yanked the other end of the rope and almost pulled his head off. Lucian asked, "Who was Mr. Burt?" Ansel took another deep breath and stared at the camera in a long, awkward pause. Finally, he said, "You know, that was almost 59 years ago. And I'm sure all these men have been dead for a long time. I'm sure they're rotting in hell where they belong. But they have families, and nothing good can come from naming their names." Seth recognized 3 of them. Mr. Burt, who was the leader of the lynch mob, our dear father, of course, and one other. But I'm just not going to give names. Do you remember the names? Oh, yes. I'll never forget them, as long as I live. Fair enough. What happened next? Another long pause as Ansel fought to compose himself. Jake looked at the jurors. Number 3, Michelle Still, was touching her cheeks with a tissue. The other black juror, Barb Gaston, number 8, was wiping her eyes. To her right, Jim Whitehurst, number 7, handed her his handkerchief. Sylvester was practically strung up, but his toes were still touching the bed of the truck. The rope was so tight around his neck, he couldn't talk or scream, but he tried to. He made this awful sound that I'll never forget, sort of a high-pitched growl. They let him suffer there for a minute or two, all of the men standing close and admiring their work. He danced on his tiptoes, tried to free his hands, and tried to scream. It was so pathetic, so awful. Ansel wiped his eyes with the back of his sleeve. Someone off camera handed him some tissues. He was breathing heavily. God, I've never told this story. Seth and I talked about it afterward for days and months, and then we agreed to try and forget about it. I've never told anyone else. It was so awful. We were just kids. We couldn't have stopped it. After a pause, Lucian asked, "So what happened, Ansel?" Well, the obvious. Mr. Burt yelled, "Go!" And the guy driving the truck lurched forward. Sylvester swung, kind of wild at first. The 2 men on the other end of the rope pulled some more, and he shot up another 5 or 6 feet, I guess. His feet were about 10 feet off the ground. It wasn't long before he became still. They watched him for a while. No one wanted to leave. Then they tied the rope off and left him there. They drifted back toward the settlement, which was probably 1/10 of a mile away from the tree. Some of the men were walking, some in trucks. How many total? I was just a kid. I don't know. Probably 10. Continue. Seth and I were creeping along in the trees, in the shadows, listening as they laughed and patted themselves on the back. We heard one of them say, Let's burn his house. And the mob gathered close to Sylvester's place. Esther was on the front steps holding a child. A child. A boy or a girl? A girl. Not a toddler, but a little girl. Did you know this child? No, not then. Seth and I found out about her later. Sylvester had only one child, the girl. And her name was Lois. Letty gasped so loud that she startled most of the jurors. Quince Lundy handed her a tissue. Jake glanced over his shoulder at Portia. She was shaking her head, as stunned as everyone else. Lucian said, "Did they burn the house?" No. A strange thing happened. Cleon stepped forward with his shotgun and stood between the men and Esther and Lois. He said no one was burning the house. And the men got in their trucks and left. Seth and I took off. The last thing I saw was Cleon talking to Esther on the front steps of their little shack. We hopped on our pony and sprinted home. When we sneaked through the window to our room, our mother was waiting. She was angry and wanted to know where we had been. Seth was the better liar, and he said we'd been out chasing fireflies. She seemed to believe us. We begged her not to tell Cleon, and I don't think she ever did. We were in bed when we heard his truck approach and park. He came into the house and went to bed. We couldn't sleep. We whispered all night. I couldn't help but cry, and Seth said it was okay to cry, as long as no one else saw me. He swore he wouldn't tell anyone that I was crying. Then I caught him crying too. It was so hot, and these were the days before air conditioning. Long before daybreak, we sneaked out the window again and sat on the back porch where it was cooler. We talked about going back to Ycämörë and checking on Sylvester. But we really weren't serious. We speculated about what would happen to his body. And we were certain the sheriff would come out and arrest Cleon and the other men. The sheriff would need witnesses. And that's why we could never breathe a word of what we'd seen. Never. We did not go to sleep that night. When we heard our mother in the kitchen, we sneaked back to bed, just in time for Cleon to walk in and yell at us to get to the barn and milk the cows. We did that every morning at dawn. Every morning. It was a tough life. I hated the farm. And from that day on, I hated my father like no child has ever hated a parent. I wanted the sheriff to come get him and take him away forever. Off camera, Lucian seemed to need a break himself. He paused for a long time before continuing with, "What happened to the Rhines families?" Ansel dropped his head and shook it in an exaggerated way. Awful. Just awful. The story gets worse. A day or two later, Cleon went to see Esther. He gave her a few bucks and made her sign a deed to the 80 acres. He promised her she could stay there. And she did, for about 48 hours. The sheriff showed up all right. He and a deputy and Cleon went out to the settlement and told Esther and the other Rhines folks that they were being evicted immediately. Pack up your stuff right now and get off his land. There was a small clapboard chapel, a church where they had worshipped for decades. And to prove he owned everything, Cleon torched it, burned it to the ground to show what a big man he was. The sheriff and the deputy helped him. They threatened to torch the shacks, too. And you saw this. Sure. Seth and I missed nothing. We were supposed to be chopping cotton. But when we saw the sheriff pull up in front of our house, we knew something was up. We were hoping he would arrest Cleon. But that's not the way things worked in Mississippi back then. Not at all. The sheriff was there to help Cleon clean up his land and get rid of the blacks. What happened to the blacks? Well, they left. They grabbed whatever they could and ran into the woods. How many? Again, I was a kid. I wasn't counting. But there were several families of Rhineses living on the land. Not all around the settlement, but they were fairly close to each other. Ansel took a deep breath and mumbled, "I'm really tired all of a sudden." Lucian said, "We're almost finished. Please, continue." Okay. So, they were running away into the woods. And as soon as the family vacated their shack, Cleon and the sheriff would set it on fire. They burned everything. I vividly remember some of the blacks standing at the edge of the woods, holding their kids and whatever possessions they could grab, and looking back at the fires and the thick gray smoke and crying and wailing. It was just awful. What happened to them? They scattered. For a while, a bunch of them were camping beside Tutwiler Creek, deep in the woods near the Big Brown River. Seth and I were looking for Toby, and we found him there with his family. They were starving and terrified. We loaded up the horses one Sunday afternoon, sneaked away and took as much food as we could steal without getting caught. That was the day I saw Esther and her little girl, Lois. The kid was about 5 years old and completely naked. She had no clothes. It was just awful. Toby came to our house a couple of times and hid behind the barn. Seth and I gave him as much food as we could. He hauled it back to the campsite, which was several miles away. One Saturday, some men showed up with rifles and shotguns. We couldn't get close enough to hear anything. But our mother told us later, they went to the campsite and ran off all the Rhineses. A couple of years after that, another black kid told Seth that Toby and his sister had drowned in the creek and that some folks had been shot. I think by then I'd heard enough. Could I have some water? A hand slid a glass of water to Ansel, who sipped it slowly. He continued. When I was 13, my parents split. It was a happy day for me. I left with my mother and went to Corinth, Mississippi. Seth didn't want to change school, so he stayed with Cleon, though they rarely spoke to each other. I really missed my brother, but after a while, we naturally grew apart. Then my mother remarried a jackass who was not much better than Cleon. I ran away when I was 16 and joined the Navy when I was 17. Sometimes I think I've been running ever since. Once I left, I never had any contact with my family. My head is killing me. That's all. That's the end of a really bad story. Chapter 47. The jurors filed silently out of their room and followed the bailiff down a back stairway to a side door of the courthouse, the same route they had taken every day since Tuesday. Once outside, they scattered without a word. Nevin Dark decided to drive home for lunch. He did not want to be around his colleagues at that moment. He needed time to digest the story he had just heard. He wanted to breathe, to think, to remember. Alone in his truck with the windows down, he almost felt dirty. Maybe a shower would help. Mr. Burt. Mr. Burt. Somewhere on the shadier side of his wife's family tree, there had been a great uncle or a distant cousin named Burt. Many years ago, he lived near Palmyra, and there had always been whispers about Burt's involvement with the Klan. It couldn't be the same man. In his 53 years in Ford County, Nevin had heard of only one other lynching, but he had almost forgotten the story. It supposedly happened around the turn of the century. All witnesses were dead, and the details had been forgotten. Nevin had never heard a description of such a killing by a real witness. Poor Ansel. He looked so pitiful with his little round head and oversized suit, and wiping tears with a sleeve. Disoriented by Demerol or not, there was no doubt Seth knew what he was doing. Michelle Still and Barb Gaston had no plans for lunch, and they were too emotional to think clearly. They jumped into Michelle's car and fled Clanton, taking the first road out with no destination in mind. The distance helped, and after 5 miles on an empty county road, they were able to relax. They stopped at a country store and bought soft drinks and crackers, then sat in the shade with the windows down and listened to a soul station out of Memphis.
We got 9 votes? Michelle asked. Girl, we may have 12. Nah, we'll never get Doley. One day I'm gonna slap his ass. Might be today, might be next year, but I'll do it.
Michelle managed to laugh, and their moods were lifted considerably. Jim Whitehurst also drove home for lunch. His wife was waiting with a stew, and they ate on the patio. He had told her everything else about the trial, but he did not want to replay what he had just heard. But she insisted, and they hardly touched their lunch. Tracy McMillan and Fay Pollen drove together to a strip mall east of town, where a new sub shop was doing a booming business. Their juror buttons got a few looks, but no inquiries. They got a booth so they could talk, and within minutes were in complete agreement. Seth Hubbard might have been fading in his final days, but there was no doubt he planned things perfectly. They had not been too impressed by Herschel and Ramona anyway, and they didn't like the fact that a black housekeeper would get all the money, but as Jake had said, it was not for the jurors to decide. It wasn't their money. For the Hubbard family, a morning that had begun with such promise had turned into a humiliating nightmare. The truth was out about their grandfather, a man they'd hardly known, and now their family name would be permanently stained. They could learn to handle the stain, but losing the money would be a catastrophe. They suddenly wanted to hide. They sprinted to the home of their host out by the country club and ignored lunch while debating whether they should return to the courtroom. Letty and Portia returned to the Sappington place during the break, but there were no thoughts of lunch. Instead, they went to Letty's bedroom, kicked off their shoes, and lay side by side, holding hands, and began to cry. Ansel's story had closed so many circles. With so many thoughts swirling around, there were almost no words. Emotions were too high. Letty thought of her grandmother, Esther, and the horror of the story, and her mother, a little girl with no clothes, no food, no shelter. "How'd he know, Mom?" Portia asked. "Who? Which one? Which story?" "Seth. How'd he know it was you? How did Seth Hubbard ever find out you were the daughter of Lois Rhines?" Letty stared at the spinning ceiling fan and couldn't begin to answer. Finally she said, "He was a very smart man, but I doubt if we'll ever know." Willie Traynor stopped by Jake's office with a platter of sandwiches and invited himself to lunch. Jake and Harry Rex were upstairs on the balcony, having a drink. Coffee for Jake, beer for Harry Rex. They appreciated the sandwiches and helped themselves. Willie chose a beer. He said, "You know, when I had the paper, somewhere around 1975, some guy published a book about lynchings. He did his homework, had lots of gory photographs and such, and it was a good read. According to him, and he was from up north and eager to make us look bad, between 1882 and 1968, 3,500 blacks were lynched in the United States. There were also 1,300 whites, but most were horse thieves out west. From 1900 on, almost all lynchings were of blacks, including some women and children. Is this really appropriate during lunch? Harry Rex asked. I didn't know you had such a delicate stomach, big boy, Willie shot back. Anyway, guess which state leads the nation in lynchings? I'm afraid to ask, Jake said. You got it. We're number one at almost 600, and all but 40 were black. Georgia is a close second. Texas is a close third. So I remember reading this book and thinking, 600 is a lot. How many were in Ford County? I went back 100 years and read every copy of the Times. I found only 3, all black, and there was no record of a Sylvester Rhymes. Who compiled these numbers? Jake asked. There have been studies, but you have to question their validity. If they knew of 600, Harry Rex said, you can bet there were a lot more. Willie took a swig of beer and said, and guess how many people were charged with murder for taking part in a lynch mob? 0. You got it. Not a single person. It was the law of the land, and black folks were fair game. Kind of makes me sick, Jake said. Well, old buddy, your jury's sick too, Willie said, and they're on your side. At 1:30, the jurors reassembled in the deliberation room, and there was not a single word uttered about the trial. A bailiff led them into the courtroom. The large screen was gone. There were no more witnesses. Judge Attlee looked down and said, Mr. Brigance, your closing argument. Jake walked to the podium without a legal pad. He had no notes. He began by saying, this will be the shortest closing argument in the history of this courtroom, because nothing I can say could ever be as persuasive as the testimony of Ansel Hubbard. The longer I talk, the more distance I put between him and your deliberations. So I'll be brief. I want you to remember everything he said. Not that anyone who heard it is likely to forget. Trials often take unexpected turns. When we started this one on Monday, none of us could have predicted that a lynching would explain the mystery of why Seth Hubbard left his fortune to Letty Lang. His father lynched her grandfather in 1930. And after he killed him, he took his land and scattered his family. And Ansel told that story far better than I'll ever be able to. For 6 months, many of us have wondered why Seth did what he did. Now we know. Now it's clear. Personally, I have a new admiration for Seth, a man I never met. In spite of his flaws, and we all have our own, he was a brilliant man. Who else do you know who could put together such a fortune in 10 years? But beyond that, he somehow managed to keep track of Esther and Lois, and then Letty. Some 50 years later, he called Letty and offered her the job. She did not call him. He planned it all, folks. He was brilliant. I admire Seth because of his courage. He knew he was dying, yet he refused to do what would have been expected. He chose a far more controversial route. He knew his reputation would be tarnished, that his family would curse his name, but he didn't care. He did what he thought was right. Jake stepped over and picked up the handwritten will. And lastly, I admire Seth because of his sense of justice. With this handwritten will, he is trying to fix a wrong inflicted upon the Rhines family by his father decades ago. It falls upon you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to help Seth correct that injustice. Thank you. Jake slowly returned to his seat, and as he did, glanced at the spectators. Sitting on the back row, smiling and nodding, was Lucian Wilbanks. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, Harry Rex said to himself as he punched the timer on his watch. Judge Atlee said, "Mr. Lanier." Wade was limping worse than usual as he made his way to the podium. He and his clients were watching helplessly as the money slipped away yet again. They had had it in the bag. As recently as 8 o'clock that morning, they had been mentally spending it. Wade had little to say at this urgent moment. History had suddenly and unexpectedly reared up and crushed him. However, he was a veteran who had been in tough spots before. He began, "One of the most important tools a lawyer has in the courtroom is the chance to cross-examine opposing witnesses. The lawyer almost always gets the opportunity to do this, but occasionally, like now, that opportunity is not available. And it's very frustrating. I feel handcuffed. I'd love to have Ansel here to ask him some questions. For example, I'd say, 'Now, Ansel, isn't it true that you are now in the custody of the Juneau police? And, now, Ansel, isn't it true you're under arrest for cocaine distribution and escape from custody? And, now, Ansel, isn't it true that you're wanted by the authorities in at least 4 states for such things as obtaining goods under false pretenses, grand larceny, and non-payment of child support? And tell the jury, Ansel, why you haven't filed a tax return in the past 20 years. And the big one, isn't it true, Ansel, that you're all set to collect $1 million if Seth's handwritten will is declared valid?" But I can't do that, ladies and gentlemen, because he is not here. All I can do is caution you. I caution you that everything you've just seen and heard from Ansel might not be all that it purports to be. For a moment, let's take Ansel out of the picture. I want you jurors to go back to last night. Remember what you were thinking last night? You left here after hearing some powerful testimony. First, by doctors with unimpeachable credentials, experts who've worked with cancer patients and understand the extent to which powerful pain medications disrupt one's ability to think clearly. Lanier then went through summaries of the testimonies of Drs. Swaney and Niehoff. It was a closing argument, and much leeway was given for the art of persuasion. But Lanier slanted things so perversely that Jake was compelled to stand and say, "Your Honor, I object. I don't believe that's what Dr. Niehoff said." "Sustained," Judge Atlee said rudely. "Mr. Lanier, I'll ask you to stick to the facts." Stung, Lanier rambled on about what these fine doctors had said. They had taken the stand only yesterday. It was not necessary to replay such recent testimony. Wade Lanier was stumbling now and off his game. For the first time since the opening bell, Jake thought he looked lost. When he couldn't think of anything, he said repeatedly, "Seth Hubbard lacked testamentary capacity." He brought up the 1987 will, and much to Jake's delight, and much to the jurors' dismay, he fleshed it out once more. $3.1 million wasted, just like that, he said, snapping his fingers. He described a tax ploy known as the Generation Skipping Trust, and just when juror number 10, Debbie Lacker, was about to nod off, he said again, $3.1 million wasted, just like that, and snapped his fingers loudly. It was a cardinal sin to bore jurors who were pinned down and required to listen. But Wade Lanier was pouring it on. Wisely, though, he did not attack Letty Lang. Those listening had just learned the truth about her family. It would not be wise to belittle or condemn her. As Lanier took a painful pause to assess his notes, Judge Atlee said, "You might want to wrap this up, Mr. Lanier. You're over the time limit." "Sorry, Your Honor." Flustered, he offered a sappy thanks to the jury for their wonderful service, and concluded with a plea for faithful considerations, free from emotion and guilt. Rebuttal, Mr. Brigance? Judge Atlee asked. Jake was entitled to 10 minutes to counter anything Lanier had said. As the lawyer for the proponent, he got the last word, but he wisely declined. No, Your Honor, I think the jury has heard enough. Very well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to spend a few minutes and instruct you as to what the law is and how it applies in this case. So listen carefully. When I'm finished, you will retire to the jury room and begin your deliberations. Any questions? The waiting was always the worst part. A great load was lifted after the jury retired. All the work was finished. All the witnesses had testified. All the worrying about opening statements and closing arguments was over. Now the waiting began. There was no way to predict how long it would take. Jake invited Wade Lanier and Lester Chilcott to his office for a drink. It was, after all, Friday afternoon, and the week was over. They opened beers on the balcony upstairs and watched the courthouse. Jake pointed to a large window in the distance. "That's the jury room," he said. "That's where they are right now." Lucian showed up, ready as always for a drink. He and Jake would have words later, but at the moment, the mood demanded alcohol. With a laugh, Wade said, "Come on, Lucian, you got to tell what happened in Juneau." Lucian gulped down half a beer and started talking. After everyone had either coffee, a soft drink, or water, Nevin Dart called their little meeting to order and said, "I suggest we start with this verdict worksheet that the judge has given us. Any objections to that?" There were none. There were no guidelines on jury deliberations. Judge Atlee said they could figure things out themselves. Nevin said, "Okay, here's the first question. Was the document signed by Seth Hubbard a proper holographic will in that it was, 1, written entirely by Seth Hubbard, 2, signed by Seth Hubbard, and 3, dated by Seth Hubbard?" Any discussion? "Ain't no doubt about that," Michelle Still said. The others agreed. The contestants had not argued otherwise. Nevin continued, "Next, and the big one, testamentary capacity or sound and disposing mind. The question is, did Seth Hubbard understand and appreciate the nature and effect of his holographic will? Since this is what the case is all about, I suggest we each take a turn and say what's on our minds. Who wants to go first?" Faye Pollen said, "You go first, Nevin. You're juror number 1. "Okay. Here's what I think. I think it's wrong to cut out the family and give all the money to another person, especially someone who Seth knew for only 3 years. But as Jake said at the beginning, our job is not to decide who should get the money. It's not our money. Also, I think Seth was slipping in his last days and was pretty doped up. But after seeing Ansel, I have no doubt he knew what he was doing. He had been planning it for a long time. I'm voting in favor of the will. Tracy?" Tracy McMillan said quickly, "I agree. So much about this case troubles me, but so much of it I'm not supposed to worry about. We're suddenly dealing with decades of history, and I don't think any one of us should tamper with that. Seth did what he did for some very good reasons." Michelle, "Y'all know how I feel. I just wish we weren't here. I wish Seth had given Letty some money if he wanted to, then taken care of his family, even if he didn't like them. Can't say as I blame him, but I don't care how bad they are. They don't deserve nothing." Faye? Faye Pollen evoked less sympathy than anyone else in the room, maybe with the exception of Frank Doley. She said, "I'm not too concerned about his family. They probably got more money than most of us, and they're young and educated. They'll be fine. They didn't help Seth make his money.
Why should they expect all of it? He cut 'em out for a reason, reasons we'll never know. And his son didn't even know who played center field for the Braves. My God, we've been fans of Dale Murphy for years now. I think he was just lying. Anyway, I'm sure Seth was not a nice person, but like Jake said, it's not our business who he gives his money to. He was sick, but he wasn't crazy.
It was a 2-beer deliberation. After the second, a clerk called and said there was a verdict. All laughter ceased immediately as the lawyers shoved gum in their mouths and straightened their ties. They walked into the courtroom together and took their places. Jake turned to the spectators and saw Carla and Hannah seated on the front row behind him. They smiled, and Carla mouthed, "Good luck." "Are you okay?" Jake whispered as he leaned over to Letty.
I'm at peace, she said. Are you okay?
"I'm a wreck," he said and smiled. Judge Atlee took the bench, and the jurors were brought in. It is impossible for a trial lawyer not to look at the jurors as they return with a verdict, though every trial lawyer vows to ignore them. Jake looked straight at Michelle Still, who sat down first, then gave him a quick little grin. Nevin Dark handed the verdict to the clerk, who handed it to Judge Atlee. He reviewed it forever, then leaned an inch or two closer to his mic. Enjoying the drama, he said, "The verdict appears to be in order. The jury was to answer 5 questions. Number 1, did Seth Hubbard execute a valid holographic will on October 1st, 1988? By a vote of 12-0, the answer is yes. Number 2, did Seth Hubbard understand and appreciate the nature and effect of what he was doing when he executed his holographic will? By a vote of 12-0, the answer is yes. Number 3, did Seth Hubbard understand and appreciate who the beneficiaries are to whom he had given gifts in his holographic will? By a vote of 12-0, the answer is yes. Number 4, did Seth Hubbard understand and appreciate the nature and amount of his property and how he wanted to dispose of it? By a vote of 12-0, the answer is yes. And number 5, was Seth Hubbard unduly influenced by Letty Lang or anyone else when he executed his holographic will on October 1st, 1988? By a vote of 12-0, the answer is no. Ramona gasped and began crying. Herschel, who had moved himself to the second row, rose immediately and stormed out of the courtroom. Their children had left the trial the day before. Judge Atlee thanked the jurors and dismissed them. He adjourned court and disappeared. There were hugs among the victors and long faces among the losers. Wade Lanier was gracious in defeat and congratulated Jake on such a fine job. He spoke kindly to Letty and wished her the best. If she was on the verge of being the richest black woman in the state, she did not look it. She just wanted to go home. She ignored a couple of reporters and brushed aside some well-wishers. She was tired of being pawed at and fawned over. Harry Rex organized a party on the spot, hot dogs on the grill in his backyard and beer in the cooler. Portia said she would be there after she took care of Letty. Willie Traynor was always ready for a party. Lucian said he would come early, and he might bring Sally, a rare occurrence. Before they left the courthouse, Lucian was already taking credit for the win. Jake wanted to choke him. Chapter 48. The sermon was the annual call to stewardship, the usual chiding to tithe a bit more, the challenge to step up and give the Lord his 10%, and to do so happily. Jake had heard it 100 times, and as always, found it difficult to maintain prolonged eye contact with the Reverend while his mind dwelled on matters far more important. He admired the Reverend and labored diligently each Sunday to appear entranced by his homilies, but often it was impossible. Judge Atlee sat 3 rows up, at the end by the aisle, the same revered seat he had claimed for at least the last 10 years. Jake stared at the back of his head and thought about the trial, and now the appeal. With the verdict so fresh, the case would hit a brick wall. The process would take forever. 90 days for the court reporter to transcribe hundreds of pages of courtroom proceedings, 90 plus because they seldom delivered on time. Meanwhile, post-trial motions and maneuverings would take months. Once the final record was indeed final, the losers would have 90 days to file their appeal, and more time if necessary. When the Supreme Court and Jake received the appeal, he would have his own 90 days to respond. After the deadlines were met and the paperwork was on file with the court, the real waiting began. Typically, there were backlogs, delays, and continuances. The lawyers had learned not to ask what was taking so long. The court was doing the best it could. The average appeal in a civil case in Mississippi consumed 2 years. In preparation for the Hubbard trial, Jake had run across a similar case in Georgia that had dragged on for 13 years. It had been fought before 3 different juries, went up and down to the Supreme Court like a yo-yo, and was eventually settled when most of the contestants died off and the lawyers had taken all the money. The issue of the attorney's fees did not bother Jake, but he did worry about Letty. Portia had told him her mother had stopped going to church. There were too many sermons about tithing. If the collective wisdom of Harry Rex and Lucian could be trusted, Jake's verdict was in trouble. The admission of Ansell's video was a reversible error. The Fritz Pickering surprise was not as clear-cut, but would probably upset the Supreme Court. The witness dump pulled by Wade Lanier would attract a harsh rebuke, but standing alone, it would not get the case reversed. Nick Norton agreed. He had watched the trial on Friday and was surprised to see the video. He was deeply moved by its content, but bothered by its admissibility. The 4 lawyers, along with Willie Traynor and other experts, had debated and celebrated over hot dogs and beer until late Friday night while the ladies sipped wine by Harry Rex's pool and chatted with Portia. Though the Hubbard case had saved Jake financially, he was ready to move on. He didn't like the prospect of clipping the estate for a monthly fee for years to come. At some point, he would begin to feel like a leech. He had just won a big trial and was looking for another one. Not a single person at the First Presbyterian Church mentioned the trial that morning, and Jake was grateful. Afterward, as they mingled under 2 giant oaks and exchanged pleasantries while inching toward the parking lot, Judge Atlee said hello to Carla and Hannah and commented on such a beautiful spring day. He walked down the sidewalk with Jake, and when no one could hear them, he said, "Could you stop by this afternoon, say around 5? There is a matter I'd like to discuss." "Sure, Judge," Jake said. "And could you bring Portia with you? I'd like her insights." "I think so." They sat at the dining room table under a creaking fan that did nothing to cut the heat and stickiness. It was much cooler outside. The porch would have been nice, but for some reason the judge preferred the dining room. He had a pot of coffee and a platter of cheap pastries, store-bought. Jake took one sip of the weak and dreadful coffee, then ignored it. Portia declined it all. She was nervous and could not control her curiosity. This was not her part of town. Her mother might have seen some nice homes because she cleaned them, but never as a guest. Judge Atlee sat at the head of the table with Jake to his right and Portia to his left. After a few awkward preliminaries, he announced, as if on the bench and looking down at a pack of anxious lawyers, "I want this case settled. For the next 2 years, the money will be tied up while the appeal runs its course. Hundreds of hours will be spent. the contestants will make a strong argument that the verdict should be reversed, and I see their point. I admitted the video of Ansel Hubbard because it was the fair thing to do at that moment. The jury, and I suppose all of us, needed to understand the history. It gave meaning to Seth's motives. It will be argued forcefully that I was wrong procedurally. From a selfish point of view, I prefer not to be reversed. But my feelings are not important. Like hell they're not, Jake thought, as he glanced at Portia. She was staring at the table, frozen. Let's suppose for a moment that the case comes back for a retrial. The next time around, you will not get blindsided by the Pickering matter. You will be ready for Julina Kidd, and most important, you will have Ansel here as an interested party and a live witness. Or if he's in jail, you will certainly have time to conduct a proper deposition. At any rate, your case is much stronger the next time, Jake. Do you agree? Yes, of course. You'll win the case because you should win the case. That's exactly the reason I allowed Ansel's video. It was the right and fair thing to do. Do you follow me, Portia?
Oh, yes, sir.
So, how do we settle this matter? Stop the appeal and get on with life. Jake knew he had the answer and really didn't want much input. I've thought of nothing else since Friday afternoon, the judge continued. Seth's will was a desperate, last-minute attempt to correct a horrible injustice. By leaving so much to your mother, he was in reality trying to make amends to your great-grandfather and to all the Rhines families. Do you agree? Agree, damn it, Portia, agree. Jake had been here 100 times. When he asks, do you agree, he's already assuming that you agree enthusiastically.
Yes, sir, she said.
He took a sip of coffee, and Jake wondered if he drank the same wretched brew every morning. Judge Atlee said, I'm wondering, Portia, at this point, what does your mother really want? It would be helpful to know that. I'm sure she's told you. Can you share this with us?
Sure, Judge. My mother doesn't want a lot, and she has reservations about getting all that money. For lack of a better term, it's white folks' money. It doesn't really belong to us. My mom would like to have the land, the 80 acres, and she'd like to build a house on it, a nice house, but not a mansion. She's seen some nice houses, but she's always known she'd never have one. Now, for the first time in her life, she can dream of having a beautiful home, one she can clean for herself. She wants plenty of room for her kids and grandkids. She'll never marry again, although there are a few buzzards circling. She wants to get away and to live way out there in the country where it's peaceful and nobody will bother her. She didn't go to church this morning, Judge. She hasn't been in a month. Everybody's got their hand out. My mother just wants to be left alone.
Surely she wants more than a house and 80 acres, Jake said.
Well, who doesn't want some money in the bank? She's tired of cleaning houses.
How much money? Judge Atlee asked.
We didn't get that far. In the past 6 months, she's never sat around and thought, okay, I'll take $5 million, and I'll give each kid $1 million, and so on. That's not my mother, okay? She doesn't think in those terms. It's just so far beyond her.
She paused for a second, then asked,
how would you divide the money, Judge?
I'm glad you asked. Here's my plan. The bulk of the money should go into a fund for the benefit of your blood relatives. Not a cash giveaway that would turn into a feeding frenzy, but a foundation of sorts that would be used solely for education. Who knows how many Rhinesers are out there, though I'm sure we would quickly find out. The foundation would be tightly controlled by a trustee who would report to me. The money would be invested wisely and spread over, say, 20 years. And during that time, it would be used to help as many students as possible. It must be limited to a sole purpose, and education is the most likely. If it's not limited, then there would be 1,000 requests for everything from health care to groceries to housing to new cars. The money is not guaranteed, but must be earned. A blood relative who studies hard and gets admitted to college will qualify for funding. How would you split the money? Jake asked. Portia was smiling. In broad strokes, I suggest this. Let's work with the figure of 12 million. We know that's a moving target, but it'll be close. Fund the bequests to Ansel and the church at $500,000 each, down to 11. Take 5 million of that and place it in the trust fund I just described. That's a lot of tuition, but then we can anticipate a lot of kinfolks, both old and new. They're still arriving by the carload, Portia said. Judge Atlee continued. That leaves 6 million. Split it equally among Letty, Herschel, and Ramona. Of course, Letty gets the 80 acres that was once owned by her grandfather. Jake took a deep breath as the numbers rattled around. He looked across the table and said, Letty's the key, Portia. Portia, still smiling, said, She'll take it. She gets a nice house and a nice cushion, yet she won't be hassled by a fortune everybody wants a piece of. She told me last night the money belonged to all of Sylvester's people, not just her. She wants to be happy, and she wants to be left alone. This will make her very happy. How do you sell it to the rest of them? Jake asked. I assume Herschel and Ramona will be thrilled. Who knows about Ansel and the church? Keep in mind, Jake, that I still control the estate, and I will for as long as I so choose. Not a dime can ever be distributed without my approval, and there is no deadline to close an estate. I'm sure no one has ever called me a jackass behind my back, but if I want to be one, I can sit on Seth's money for the next 10 years. As long as the assets are protected, I can keep them bottled up as tightly as I wish. He had slipped into his chancellor's tone, one that left little doubt Judge Reuben V. Atlee was about to get his way. He continued, Indeed, it may be necessary to keep the estate open indefinitely to administer the education trust we're talking about. Who will run the trust? Jake asked. I was thinking about you. Jake flinched, then almost fled at the thought of dealing with dozens, maybe hundreds of eager students clamoring for money. That's a great idea, Judge, Portia said. My family would feel better if Jake stayed involved and kept an eye on the money. Whatever. We can work it out later, Jake said, on his heels. Do we have a deal? The judge asked. I'm not a party, Jake said. Don't look at me. I'm sure Letty will approve, but I need to talk to her, Portia said. Very well. You do that and get back with me tomorrow. I'll prepare a memo and float it to all the lawyers. Jake, I suggest you go see Ansel this week and get some answers. I'll schedule a meeting with all parties in about 10 days. We'll lock the door and hammer out a settlement. I want this to happen. Understand? They clearly understood. A month after the verdict, Ansel Hubbard sat low in the passenger seat of Lucian's old Porsche and gazed through the window at the rolling hills of Ford County. Of the land, he remembered nothing. The first 13 years of his life had been spent in those parts, but he had worked hard for the past 50 to forget them. Nothing looked familiar. He had been released on a bond arranged by Jake and others, and he had been cajoled south by his pal Lucian. Just one last visit. You might be surprised. Thin gray hair was sprouting again and partially covered the ugly scar across the back of his head. He wore jeans and sandals, same as Lucian. They turned onto a county road and approached Seth's home. There was a for sale sign in the front yard. Lucian said, "That's where Seth lived. You want to stop?" No. They turned again onto a gravel road and drove deeper into the woods. "Recognize any of this?" Lucian asked. Not really. The woods thinned, and they came to a clearing. Ahead were cars parked haphazardly and people milling about, including some children. Smoke rose from a charcoal grill. Farther on, they approached overgrown rubble and ruins, all choked with kudzu. Ansel raised a hand and said, "Stop, here." They got out. Some of the others were nearby and walking over to say hello, but Ansel did not see them. He was looking away, far in the distance. He began walking toward the sycamore tree where they had found his brother. The others followed quietly. Some were left behind. With Lucian trailing closely, Ansel walked 100 yards or so to the tree, then stopped and looked around. He pointed to a small hill covered with oaks and elms and said, "We were up there, Seth and me, hiding in the woods. It seemed farther away back then. They brought him here, under this tree. There were more trees back then, a whole row of 5 or 6, in a perfect line, along the creek here. Now there's only one." "There was a tornado here in '68, Lucian said from behind him. "This is where we found Seth," Ozzy said. He was standing next to Lucian. "Is it the same tree?" Jake asked. He was standing next to Ozzy. Ansel heard their voices and looked at their faces, but he did not see them. He was in a daze, in another time and place. He said, "I can't say for sure, but I think so. All the trees were the same, a perfect row. We fished right over there," he said, pointing again. "Seth and me, right over there." He exhaled heavily and seemed to grimace. Then he closed his eyes and shook his head. When he opened them, he said, "It was so awful." Lucian said, "Ansel, Sylvester's granddaughter is here. Would you like to meet her?" He took a deep breath and snapped out of his dream. He turned abruptly and said, "I'd be delighted." Letty walked over and offered a hand Ansel ignored. Instead, he gently took her shoulders and squeezed tightly. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." After a few seconds, she unwrapped herself and said, "Enough of that, Ansel. The past is the past. Let's say it's over. I want you to meet my kids and grandkids. I'd be delighted." He was then introduced to Portia,